have you communicated with a social media user who goes by the name ThATuMBRELLAgUY?
I've had several phone calls with a person who goes by the name ThATuMBRELLAgUY. I don't actually know his real name.
And unfortunately, every time I make a call, it becomes content for an idiot.
Help! I've been tossed overboard.
I'll have to bill you extra for my time.
Welcome to the show. You look incredible, like a dessert that owns a yacht.
That's exactly the vibe I was going for. You know, sweet but slightly out of your tax bracket.
Mission accomplished. How does one even shop for a suit when you're
Gold on my neck, gold on my hand, purple with the stripes, that's the walk of a man. Sidewalk shining, city lights humming, every step I take, they know a boss is coming.
Is that a poppy seed? You realize I'm your P.O., right? Straight to booking!
Police or zombie problems? Your tortoise won't stop breakdancing?
Try blue tape.
The miracle of our age. Yeah!
Hey, we love that umbrella guy. All right. Thank you.
I'm calling from Los Angeles, and I'm having a little problem under the name ThATuMBRELLAgUY. I sent him my phone number at least 20 times in the chat and told him to call me. He ignored me. I'm a man. I filed the report. If you guys could take a look at it and give me a call back, I would love to hear what you guys can do to help us. We really need to kind of stop this guy at least until Monday. I told him to call me. I'm a man.
You know what? I talk to your mayor.
Rolling up, I'm feeling fly, yeah, I'm so damn fresh. Got that platinum grill, bringing in the chest. Diamonds in my mouth, shining when I speak. That umbrella guy, flossing, speaking geek. Ice on my teeth, I'm dripping so hard. Platinum grills, I'm the king of the boulevard. Throwing money in the club, making haters mad. I'm the baddest in the game, no one gets a pass. Ooh yeah. Crushing all these lines, yeah, I feel fly. Rolling on the dubs, ThATuMBRELLAgUy. Iced out flow on the boulevard. You ain't a comic gangster, don't be playing hard. Ice on my teeth, I'm flying so high. Dropping the bass, ThATuMBRELLAgUy. One drill to rule them all, one drill to bind them. Baby, I'm so iced out, gonna blind them. Rolling in town, I'm an army of one. Doing verbal walk-bys, blazing like the sun. Riding in my whip, crushing false accusers. Dropping off the bass on the real abusers. Yeah. Living life fast, no time for the slow. Justice on my mind, stacking up on my flow. Life in the fast lane, no time to blink. Ice on my teeth, watch it when I speak. Chillin' on my rhymes, never missing a beat. Ice on my teeth, yeah, I'm living that sweet. ThATuMBRELLAgUy, bringing the platinum heat. Crushing every hater, no time for defeat. Ooh yeah.
Oh yeah, indeed. What's up, people? It is a Friday. A good Friday at that. We have a lot to talk about today, and we have a special guest with us. One Mr. Coop. How's it going, Mr. Coop?
What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? How y'all doing tonight?
Oh, what a night too, man. I can't believe.
Yeah, I just got through skimming over this 137. Wow.
Yeah. You know what you find out about it is not only is LP in trouble, but I really sometimes wonder something, LP, and I get the feeling you've been listening to some stuff. So I'm going to ask you this directly, Miss Preston. Who does your lawyer work for? You know, I'm beginning to wonder, because you think about this. As far back as not just the bankruptcy, which has gone very badly, but the thumbnail too. So in the thumbnail case, she said that delaying, not showing up for depositions, the way things happened, she said it wasn't just Bruce giving her that, but it was her bankruptcy lawyer that was giving her advice on doing those last minute things. She ended up getting sanctioned and more in that because it went so poorly. So you not only have this thing that has gone terrible, where she might lose everything, but she's looking at sanctions, which just, it gives, what it does is it gives Hales more money with recuperating. So if you're talking about, like, if he did say, hey, you know what, maybe I will take that property. Again, he's indicated right now, he's like, but if he ever changes his mind, you know, he picked that sucker up. He has all of this money that's owed him. Well, yeah, he ends up getting it essentially for cheaper. Isn't that interesting? So again, who does your lawyer work for?
Well, if you look back at it, Tub, you look at all the creditors right now with all the fees and attorney's fees and sanctions that's already to this day. You know, we haven't got a final number, okay, but they're out there. Okay, they're just waiting on this to be over with. He's going to be the most owed creditor on that list.
Oh, big time, big time.
I mean, I don't know. I'm probably thinking what, $20K or more for the thumbnail case.
I mean, who knows? We don't even know what the thumbnail case will look like. And on top of the thumbnail case, I mean, right now we're talking about sanctions for her. We're talking about thousands of dollars for the garbage that happened. So we had 2 orders come in today, which we will be covering, folks. By the way, we're talking for a few, and then we will. But I'll show you both of them that have come in, just so you know what we're looking at. They're both orders again, and they both went badly for Miss Preston. I mean, that's the thing. Like, it's not just hey, this is not good. No, both of them. Look, order denying debtor's motion for extension of time to respond to interrogatories and requests for productions. You know what this means? Essentially, that means her lawyer didn't do his job again. That's what this means. He's had a lot of time, and he wanted more time. Nope, not going to get that. Okay, and then, oh man, we had, so you know the hearing that they had in June where all that was discussed. Well, guess what? We actually have the order that's rolling in, talking about that. Order denying the debtor's emergency motion for protective order. And with this, what this tells me, when I read what happens with the 10 pages here, what it tells me is that Lynette Preston walking out of that depot the other day, oh my God, they are going to go nuts.
And I was surprised that this motion right here you got on the screen, I was shocked that it didn't have anything in there about that.
Oh no, it's not time. See, they still have to have a hearing on that. That hasn't popped up yet. So the judge hasn't even heard about the newest antics yet, really. Like, not in a formal way. They probably heard about it. You know what I mean? It's like, oh my God, you know.
I think Mr. Saran Wrap is in some doo-doo. I don't think this is going to be good for him.
I really wonder. Saran Wrap, he has right now, if he wanted to, he could walk away.
Right.
If he wanted to, he could be like, screw this case. I'm out of here. And you know what? I wouldn't blame him. I wouldn't blame him.
Well, I mean, he's even admitted that, you know, he was on. Okay, one she didn't show up for the deposition. She just didn't bother to show for.
Mm-hmm.
He told Randy flat out, she's been text messaging me all morning.
Yeah. I mean, we saw all that. So with that, Saran Wrap, he actually showed up. You know what's crazy about that too? He showed up with his kid, from what we hear. Like, he showed up with family in tow to make sure that, you know, everything was ready, because even he was unaware of what his client might actually do. That's terrible. You know how that looks too, and that looks bad. You know, if you had a real lawyer right now, though, Lynette, what you'd do is you'd have a lawyer. See, this is again why I wonder if this guy actually represents her, because this dude, if he was really like a hardcore lawyer about it, he'd be like, look, lady, you will show up for this. You have to. No ifs, ands, or buts. You have to show up for this. There is no discussion about it. You will do this or else. And there would be no talk, you know? There would be none of this, this Biden time bullshit. She'd actually get it in gear. Or else. She'd know or else. And the or else would be something that she wouldn't want, you know?
Now, do I hear just a little bit of speculation there that maybe this dude's being ordered around by his nose by somebody else other than Lynette?
Well, I'm wondering that. So I keep wondering if, okay, let me roll this back a little. You remember when there was the discussion about potential creditors, and you remember when 2L was talking about how she was brought in as a potential creditor. She started talking about how she was reaching out to the lawyer. She was making contact. And in fact, Lynette Peston herself had stated to somebody that she reaches out quite a bit to talk to her lawyer. So, meaning that 2L reaches out quite a bit to talk to Preston's lawyer. Why? Again, it's not her lawyer. So why the fuck is she talking to that lawyer, period? My lawyer, unless I'm asking for somebody, you know, to come in and to do something in a case, there is no reason that 2L should be involved in a bankruptcy in any way whatsoever, unless, unless, well, we're talking about subpoenaing her for money. And again, her lawyer talking to 2L, what 2L's done with money and stuff, that's not beneficial for Peston. You know, the things that are happening, the discussion about not telling her about money, hiding it and more, that could get Peston in trouble. That could actually cause her real problems. And yet you have to wonder, again, Peston, they bragged about how she didn't tell Peston how much money there was. I mean, just all kinds of crazy stuff. And remember, it started out too from go that if 2L would have actually done what she was supposed to do, there would be no way that property loss, any of that could happen. So again, I wonder, like, why? By the way, too, let me mention this. So Just Jay is about 170 subscribers away from 5,000 subscribers. And I find that to be very fun. So that would make certain fat people mad out there. So I'm sorry, voluminous people. I shouldn't use that anymore. So I'm going to pin the link to his channel. I'm going to pin it to the top of the chat. And I want you wonderful, wonderful folks, I want you to go, if you have not subscribed to Just Jay, to go and get that boy above that number. I love the idea that he could get closer to 5,000 subscribers. You know, he's actually, he's out there destroying 2L in the game. So go ahead. Those voluminous people.
Yeah, just remember, guys, it's free. It don't cost anything. I mean, just jump on over there. You know, ring that bell for all notifications. Hook old Jay up.
Yeah,
he's been getting hilarious.
But look, he needs 160 more. And that's it, 5,000. And like I said, isn't it amazing? He has more than 2L and them now.
And he started, what, maybe a year ago?
Yeah, not only that, but they're always talking smack about him. They're like, oh, he's an idiot. He's so dumb. He's all this. And I'm like, well, an idiot just passed you up.
One of my favorite ones that I saw pass her up by a lot, and that's Shara.
Oh,
holy cow. Shara is almost to, 8,000? Close to getting close to 10,000 subscribers. Wow.
Yeah.
But yeah, old Jay, man, he's my morning time medicine. I'm sitting here, getting everything ready, and he's over there just chewing in my ear. I'm listening to him all morning. He gets me in a good mood for when I go live.
Now,
Yeah,
that's another 10.
Hilarious.
So he's 150 off now. I was looking.
Oh, look at there.
I'll be promoting him. So let's look at one of these. Let's look at number one. We'll go in order. And these, of course, if you are following along today, keeping track of exactly what's going on in the courtroom, this is document 136. Now, 136, again, you'll notice the dates. This is the correct dates. So let me make sure there's nothing I'm missing on here to redact. Let me just make sure. I don't
that particular motion, no. It's good.
See anything. All right. I was just making sure, I always try to check them before.
Oh, yeah.
You never know.
I've been nailed for it.
Yeah. So this is the order denying debtor's motion for extension of time to respond. Again, there's two of these. Again, for everybody playing along. This is a reaction to 117. All right. Where, again, they're going to go through. They're going to tell you about everything. So this order deny, again, extension of time to respond to interrogatories and the request for reduction. Again, they wanted more time for things. So this case came before the court for a status hearing on May 5th, 2026 on creditor Jeremy Hale's objection to debtor's claim of exemptions regarding homestead. Now, at the hearing, the court took up debtor's motion for extension of time to respond to interrogatories and requests for production. This is amazing to read, by the way, when it comes up. Creditor's counsel did not object to a short extension of time, so the court granted the motion in part. Note, okay. At the conclusion of the hearing, the court directed debtor's counsel to submit the proposed order. Okay, they were supposed to submit something. You know how that goes. If you're saying, "Hey, we want extension of time" or whatever, they'll tell you, "Okay, well, at the end of this, nobody's opposing it. Okay, so submit the proposed order." And so on July 8th, 2026, the clerk issued a notice to submit proposed order stating in pertinent part, in accordance with blah, 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 blah. That'll be Saran Wrap here. Jerome Saran, the debtor's counsel, is reminded of the requirement regarding timely submission of proposed orders. So again, on July 8th, we're talking about something from May. He was told in May, hey, yeah, put that in. So in July 8th, he was told, you know what? You remember that thing? So we saw this come up in the docket too. We actually had it pop up and then state something about it. Well, to date, which is more than 75 days from the court's ruling, debtor's counsel has not submitted a proposed order. Wow.
75 days. Oh my God.
You know what, though? What they managed to do, which is jacked up in that, they just burned all this time where, Randy, what this does is anything they ask for an extension for, Randy can be like, Your Honor, we don't really want an extension from these people because, well, when will it end? When will it end? And I think that is a very fair question when these folks come up in something. 75 freaking days. I mean, think about that.
That'll be one of those things where he looks at the judge and says, "Hey, judge, you remember when we gave them time? How long did it take?"
When you you think about it this way, when you are a child labor, right? Yeah, a trimester is 90 days, so they've almost burned off a trimester, and they can't burn the damn order.
Oh, don't talk about 90 days.
Oh my God. 90 days, baby. Yeah, you burn 90 days. That can be quite a bit of time, can't it, Coop?
Oh, yes, it can. I mean, every day was a struggle, but by golly, I didn't fade. I stayed right in with it.
Yes, by the way, we are celebrating something today. Is another reason I thought Coop would be fun just to have on anyway. But one of the things I do want to bring up, so Coop got demonetized in that wave of creators getting hit by the YouTwabs. You know, he got hit, and during that, he was like, you know what? I'm going to make myself demonetization proof as best I can. I'm going to go in. I'm going to change everything about my channel that could ever make them think bot. And he did. He did a damn fine job of it. And he powered for 90 days. So Mr. Coop is now monetized again. So let's give him some applause. Come on, folks, you know. Give him that in the chat. Tell him, yeah. Because, dude, for real, you powered through it. A lot of people quit during that time. But you didn't. What you did is you kept building your audience. And you've done real well. I mean, I've been watching you breaking 500 people in live streams, you know, and that's amazing. So you've been delivering some hammers in that too. Some congrats, brother. Congrats.
Thank you. I just, you know, I got it in my head when I was going to live stream. I cannot, the people that show up every day, I feel like total butthole if I don't show up for them. Okay. So it's like pulling teeth, you know, for me to take a day off.
Yeah. I know that feeling.
Yeah. But now that I'm back going, I'm glad I stuck with it just to make sure everybody had a daily dose of Coop, you know.
Right. Now, you did good building, and if you would have waited and say you would have made your changes anyway, but just sat around and waited, it would have effectively murdered your channel.
Oh yeah. I mean, you can't. This is just my opinion. You got these people that want to come and listen to whatever you have to say, you know. You've got to be there for them. You can't just kick out on the back burner. Oh, I'll wait till I get back remonetized. I really don't care. Because like you said,
90 days,
people
that's a
leave.
Yeah, they will. Well, it's people forget very quickly. You know, they forget very quickly that you're there. But 90 days is a long time. Again, we're talking about this guy here, 75 days. So, I mean, you know, there is a purpose in that. I mean, that is a hell of a long time. And this court, you know, the court here has got to be pissed off about this. You know, when you read an order like this, it biases the court regardless. I mean, I think the court is right in everything it's done. But look, again, Lynette's, how in the world is this good? Is this serving you? I do wonder something with Lynette too. So Lynette said that Saran Wrap here wanted more money. Did Saran Wrap get more money?
I don't know. With what's been going on lately, Tug, I mean, I'm kind of wondering because there's some rumblings around the old YouTubes. there seems like there's a little bit of fighting going on. It sounds like.
Oh so, yeah. Did you hear? So did you? Now tomorrow, I was going to go over them all today, but tomorrow I'm going to go over. Lynette has had 3 videos now, and she's like, "I'll copyright strike anybody that shows my stuff." Woman, you ain't copyright strike shit. I'm gonna bring up the words. I'm gonna show them off. You keep deleting stuff. I mean, again, you're not monetized. You have no damages. So, yeah, and also, I mean, if you want to play that way, well, how many between Coop and myself? What did we get you? 500 of your freaking people. So. We might just ask them to leave. You know? I mean, who are you talking to these days? Anyway, but she today said that every time she makes a video, somebody threatens her.
I don't think it's the Hale's fans that are threatening her. I don't think she's
I didn't
talking
take
about
it
this.
that way.
No,
I didn't
no.
take what she was saying that way. I took it as if these people are, you know, she said, I'm going to be deleting the last live, and I did. But she said, it seems like every time I do a little live now, I'm threatened. I'm not going to say by who. I'm not going to say how. I'm going to say it is starting to really scare me.
Well, there are people lurking around Old Alder Creek that spend a little time in the old pokey for doing some stupid stuff on a family. So
I'm just wondering. I mean, she's deleting, like, again. Hale's. Look, everybody, I'm going to say, I want to hear your side of things. I very much do. And we have all encouraged you to make videos. We very much have. We've tried to give you tips on how to get monetized, because I think it would be very funny to watch you reach into Lisa's pocket and take those dollar dues right out. I think that would be funny. You know,
I showed it today, Tug. I pulled up my studio and showed her, look, you got over 2,000 views on that video you did the other day. This is how many watch time hours you would have had if you hadn't have deleted it. She would have been almost 1,000 watch time hours on that video.
Yeah. I mean, you know, you put together a 1 hour video, Lynette, 1 hour, and you get thousands of views off of that, you'll be monetized. And again, you asked for $4,500. Lisa's asking $5,000. Of course, Lisa doesn't want you to make that money. But the threat thing, again, that's interesting, because that has to be close to her, like what she's talking about there. And I do very well after what I listened to 2 nights ago from these people. I'm like, man, these people really are. They were sending a very not so coded message to Lynette saying, you better shut up and you better stay in line. You better know your place. And I thought, wow, that's wild. All she has to do is eat the blame for the permits and eat the blame for everything else. And yeah, and know her line. And what does she gain from it? Nothing. She gains nothing. These people, they are going to cost her everything. One day you're going to wake up, Lynette, and it's like I told you when I talked to you. One day you're going to wake up and you'll regret what these people did to you. And by that time, it will be too late. I told you how you needed to go forward. I told you. And you know I'm right in that. These people, you know, this is an FBI problem. They took your money. They took, not just took your money, they took anybody away that would ever back you. So anyway, let's continue
and
with this.
by the way, she doesn't even have to really wait for monetization. We all have pay links. She can post that PayPal link right in her chat and pin it.
Well, they've tried, you know, the way that she's going to make money is she's going to have to come out. She needs to drop everything on 2. I mean, 2L's like flat out threatening her and calling her a scumbag and blaming her for her health problems. And I mean that, and then of course, hit it behind a paywall. So Lynette, you know, she's turned all those people against you. They'll never give you anything ever again, Lanny. So I'm not your friend either, but I very much dislike 2L. So
that was kind of funny though. They throw her stuff behind a paywall, but then you got the crazy lunatic over there.
Mm-hmm.
They leave her right out in the open with her 4-hour interview of craziness.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that right there should show her how much they give a shit about her.
Well, also, you know what else? Leslie has her phone number.
Who?
Leslie has 2L's phone number. Yeah, that's how she was texting. Remember when she showed texts to 2L as part of the Hale's stuff. Remember, she showed Hale's that. You know what else she showed with that? A phone number at the top. It was 2L's. So Leslie has her phone number, has been to her house and stuff. Who wasn't invited there? Doesn't she ever wonder that? I mean, all these other people are invited to go to 2L's home to party with her. They know her phone number and shit. And when Peston talked to me, she was like, I've never had her phone number or anything. No, she just raised $100,000 in your fucking name and kept it. But hey, you don't even merit an invite. Oh my God.
I think she was invited one time, and that was for Christmas a couple of years ago.
Yeah, that's when that's when the grift's on. When it's something private, they don't want it. They made it very clear 2 days ago. They do not like this woman. They do.
Oh, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't old Bone Sucker? Didn't he come all the way down here?
Mm-hmm.
Spent a little while up there at the old hacienda in the villages.
Mm-hmm.
Did old Michelle get to go up and visit with him?
I don't know, but isn't it funny that that old Ray is out there collecting money for 2L, but he told Michelle to put on her big girl panties and go handle life herself. Isn't that, he used those words, put on your big girl panties.
Man,
that's gross, man. As an adult, I'd be like, you know the fuck you say? You know?
Yeah, but man, she could have still gotten an invitation to come meet the old man. I mean, come on. He drove all the way down here from way up north, and
none of them like her. They make it clear they like her as far as when they want to raise money, they're like, remember the child. But when the child's living in a 10 by 15, they didn't give a fuck, did they?
Nope.
They wouldn't come off the money. Then again, they raised money for a barn, which they talked about. They said it the other night, for a barn. Now you tell me how raising money for a barn doesn't include the permits for the barn. Explain that to me, because I don't understand that.
Now that's what gets me, because remember, they just lost their first mobile home a few months ago, right? They let it go back, said it was unlivable. I can't remember to the T how many weeks they were without a motor home to live in. So where was that child living at that particular time? Because we're in the summertime down here. This is Florida.
The kid lived in a 10. Well, by Lynette's statements, the kid was in a 10 by 15 shed.
The easy bake oven.
Yeah. They said they had air conditioning. Okay. They said they haven't, but they have all of them in there. And I mean, that's got to be miserable. No matter what, even in the Florida, it doesn't matter if you got an air conditioner in that box or not. It still has to be like an oven.
Oh, who you telling me?
Yeah.
It's hot down here.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the South ain't a fun place to go and stew, man.
I mean, I'm a little farther south than they are, so they're not quite as hot as I am, but they are still hot, and that sun don't play favorites. I mean, right. if you're living in a metal shed, I don't care how much insulation you have in that thing, it's going to be unbearable during the daytime.
So ridiculous, man. I mean, these people, all of them, they're okay with it. It's like I was saying today, they all take direction and they'll hate whoever 2L says, like the real show for that with me was Tammy J. Tammy J, the day before, they were like, she's a monster and a flipper. Tammy J pops into their chat and everybody's like, oh, hey, Tammy J, we love you. You're the greatest. We missed you. You're our friend, blah, blah, blah. Then she gets up there and she promotes her hate toward her. And all these people are told, you have to hate this person or else. There's that implied or else. Because if you don't hate that person, you'll get busted down the road. It fucking operates like a cult. It's crazy. It just happened 2 days ago. Again, I brought him up yesterday. But Don B had been there forever, man. He's one of their people that I thought he was a donor that he had. I definitely thought he was a contributor for that channel and more too. I mean, he had been there for a long time, but he had this problem. He asked questions, and it didn't matter how he asked or whatever. They made it really clear. Yes, actually, give me a second. Let me read the rest, then I'll show you the Don B, and then we'll
Yeah.
So, on the 75 days, before I forget all this is right for me, Debtors Council has not submitted a proposed order. So, for 75 days, no order there. This court's local rules require proposed orders to be submitted within 3 business days.
Now, this order came out yesterday, right?
This is it's saying, look, it was supposed to be 3 business days after the date of the hearing.
Oh, holy shit.
Yeah.
Oh, was that the hearing that
In
he
May.
didn't even know got canceled?
That was the one in May they're talking about. You know, they were like, we had a hearing, you know, it was back. What was okay, so May the 5th they had a hearing. So 3 days after that, they were supposed to have an order coming in. 3 days. Well, you know, let's add 72. I ain't counting. We still haven't had that. So Debtors Council did not submit the proposed order when instructed to by the court or is required by local rules. Now, for that reason, it is ordered that the debtor's motion for extension of time to respond to interrogatories and requests for production, that's denied. Now, again, remember what that hearing was about. It was a hearing over objection to debtor's claim of exemptions regarding homestead. This was about Lynette's property.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
I forgot all about that. So he's fumbling the ball on that one thing that they're wanting the deposition over.
The only thing that should matter, Lynette, I know the only thing that you want here is your property. Like I said, it shouldn't be someone like myself telling you this. It should be the people that are around you that are supposed to be your friends. When I talk to you, here's the thing, Lynette. Like I said, you kept threatening. You kept saying, oh, you're going to sue this person, that person. You and I had talked, and you know we had. And you know, through that, again, I gave you quite a bit of advice. And I thought it was good advice. I still have. You know, we've given you very good advice. One of the things, too, when you're blaming people for all of this, for potentially losing your property, remember, if 2L would have done what she was supposed to, she got all of that money, and she had until March 2025 to start work, not to finish it. To keep the permit, you have to have ongoing work, so much of it, right? So she was supposed to, by the end of January 2025, have something ongoing. But Lynette, and she provided receipts for this, by the way, Lynette kept asking her to do stuff, and she did nothing. She wouldn't do any work. She just kept telling her, yeah, we'll do it. We'll do something. And it elapsed. And then they offered her an extension to add more time to it. She still did nothing. So when those permits expired, that's what will potentially cost her everything, because they did not build a homestead. Instead, it's just, she doesn't like the word, but it's seen as property. It's seen as a vacant lot.
And this guy's dropping the ball on all of it.
Yeah, they all, I mean, even with it, what does he have that he can do, though, in this? I mean, ultimately, all of these pieces that have fallen in place, they should have been prevented way back when. We told her, I told her when I talked to her, I was like, Lynette, have you talked to a lawyer? A real lawyer outside of these people? Have you ever talked to one? Not to fight Jeremy Hale's, but to figure out, like, are these people screwing you? I told her, hey, this is going to go badly for you. You know, have you talked to a lawyer? Because again, Jeremy Hales doesn't want this woman broken and bankrupt. He doesn't want her out on the road. What he wanted was her to leave him alone. You know, and these people were just like, Protective order doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. And I'm like, lady, if you talk to a real person, they would tell you to stop bugging around with him. Like tell them to stop messing with his businesses. Stop attacking that. I mean, again, you can hate him. You can talk about how you hate him. That's all good to go. But you got to stop fucking around with his businesses and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, they sit here and they cry victim when they sat there and interjected themselves in this man's business, his relationships, his social media outlets, and then they want to sit back and cry when somebody serves them legal papers. I don't get it.
These folks, they also, you know, and again, Lynette is responsible for Lynette. I'm not in any way saying she's not, but they told her it was okay. You keep doing it, Lynette, it's okay. Now, I feel like with some of these moves, like bankruptcy, somebody had to look at that and be like, that's a bad idea. You know, somebody, surely. I mean, when we looked at it, we were like, oh my God, you could lose everything this way. That's a real. Now, I did not know about the homestead. When I heard that potential, I was like, oh my God, she is in trouble. And she had an out when she heard about that. Remember, the bankruptcy, it got canceled once. So she still had an out, but these people were like, no, you should refile on that. That's a good idea.
See, that's what doesn't get me. Randy has put it in motions. Basically, all Saran Wrap had to do was take what Randy had said, do a little bit of research, and better prepare himself for what was coming down the pipe.
These dumbasses, they could have, when the bankruptcy halted before, they could have remedied this issue. But that would require 2L to come off of money that was Lynette's. I would go to if it were me, I would go to the FBI. I would go to the Attorney General, and I would tell them everything this woman has done. I would take the proof with only me. That's really what you need there. But I would take other donors that are speaking out, talking about how they gave money, and they've made it clear too. 2L said, I talked to all donors, and all donors said I could buy a car or I could get a lawyer with it. No, they didn't.
No,
they didn't. They gave that money for a child that they thought was in need. And they still say that money, it belongs to that child, not to 2L. So I'd go, because that excuse, ultimately, the person that needs to go to real authorities, like screw Levy County, screw Sumter, although Sumter right now, they're having some issues that are going on. Maybe they'd be more receptive, they might be. But this woman, the money was raised in her name. It's provable, man. It is beyond provable. She was saying the other night too, she was like, these people, they list $56,000. I didn't get $56,000. Now that may have been what he sent. So she's telling you right out, oh yeah, 56, but fees. Now we know that this money was sent to PayPal. They admitted that. Now PayPal's, their fee rate, like if you were looking at it, 3.49%. Okay, so they have fee calculators out there, and the highest fee calculator that will come up with that, $2,000. So if we take $2,000 off of that, we got us $54,000. Now, if they went and they expedited, how like with PayPal, you can take something and you can wait 3 business days to put it in, or you can pay an exorbitant fee and have it there right now. If they did that, that's their bad. They should not be able to claim that at all, because that's taking away money from Lynette. They should have transferred it slowly. Again, that money was picked up PayPal. So all the stuff put together, you and I were talking about it.
Right. I've been with PayPal since the day the doors opened on the place. Mm-hmm. And unless you're selling goods or services, they don't charge you a fee for friends and family. And I doubt very seriously that only me paid for goods or services.
He could not answer me about fees. He was like, I don't know. So
the only fees that I know of is he's in another country. There would have been 2 options. That if there would have been any fees for transferring it from pounds over there to dollars, he would have been given the choice. Either he pay for those fees or they do. This man's got mega bucks. I don't see him making them pay those fees. And the fees that we're talking about are minuscule. They're hardly nothing.
If you put $56,000 in my hand, I could have gotten most of, again, Lynette was saying the other night that she actually needed $30,000 to $35,000 to complete her project. Well, guess what? They had it. They absolutely had that much money. So,
did she say a project or that?
Yeah,
so
well, she needed. That's what she's saying.
Part.
So when she said, "I need $4,500," and she said, "I don't really need that. I need $30,000 or $35,000." Well, that's the same subject. So I would take that as that's what she's saying she needs. Again, they needed $10,000 for the framing. They said they could find a quote unquote Mexican crew. They had to do that. So that was that money, and then beyond that too. God, it's just
crazy.
amazing It's all amazing to go through. Again, the David was very clear in his. So when they say as well that, give me a second. When they say as well that David gave them the money, that it was his money, or their money to do with whatever. Yeah, like I was talking about. I mentioned this with your show. David made it very clear. He made it publicly, but he also made it clear like in emails like this.
Goody.
All the money I sent, you have all seen my post about the individual donations via PayPal. So they made it clear via PayPal. That was for the Peston family, specifically the child in need. None of it was for Lisa Lee. I repeat, none. What I have witnessed is disgraceful. She, Lisa Lee, is greedy and disgusting, and I have no idea why she is holding back Peston's money. This is from September 2025, by the way, so still nothing.
So now,
for the avoidance,
correct me if I'm wrong, Tug.
Mm-hmm.
Did 2Ls say that was her money?
Oh yeah. It was gifted to her for whatever she wanted to do with it.
But yet the guy that gifted it is telling her right here, and we've seen multiple posts all over social media where he has said, "Get your money, John and Lynette. It's your money.
Donations.
You need to get it."
He made donations to a family. Again, this is the epitome. This is what Lynette needs to take to the fucking feds, man.
I know.
For the avoidance of of doubt, the money I sent is not for her. She needs to pass the money on to the Peston family with a full set of accounts showing total donations, less expenditures with receipts. Just a basic set of donation accounts. Yeah, that's what he was asking for. He asked behind the scenes too. Again, this dude doesn't even like me, man. Come on. But he's like, look, these people, and he was right. Before this came up, they were talking about, they brought him up the other night where they said that David was okay with them keeping the money. They said that. They brought up his name.
She said all the donors.
Yeah, but
said
she
I
said
had permission.
David specifically. She said his name. So he was like, I paused. This should bother Lynette too. I paused sending any further donations at the end of last year. I wanted to see action before sending any more. Nothing happened. So I could not send any more for furniture, etc. She tricked me, and no doubt many other donors. And whilst I don't agree with how Hale has behaved in this whole situation, what's more important to me is how Lisa Lee has held back a child in needs money. She continues to stay up all night streaming while she should be more focused on project managing the barn conversion for the child. I think you're right. Donations, which were sent during live stream with no specific messages, were stolen by her, Lisa Lee. Everything needs to be taken into context during live streams, including super chats. All the money was for the child's home, all of it. So he goes on from there. But I mean, again, you tell me, does that sound like a guy that's like, yeah, keep that money. You keep it. It's yours, baby. You deserve it.
This is absolutely insane. Because I mean, she's saying everybody's lying about this. This is literal proof that she has taken these people's money, and she has been told by the
man. That goes in court. That goes into the court.
Uh-huh. the one major donor that donated the most money has not only put it in email writing to you, he's also stated this stuff all over YouTube. Give them the money.
Here's Don. Here's a little smattering of old Don. Yeah, so they went after Don, talking shit about him. Now, like I said, why does Don matter in that? Because I don't dislike Don. I disagree with Don. You know what? We can vehemently disagree. I don't care. It's the internet, dude. I don't give a fuck, you know? We aren't the people that are involved in the middle of this. We are looking at it, trying to figure out an answer. These people want money and more. That's fine. Well, Don was asking questions. That's what you're supposed to do. Again, you know, what's wrong with that? Well, you see, Don is a total flipper. How disappointing. Always here asking questions over and over. Oh, he asked questions. Oh, no. What a monster, right? Let's see. You know, I saw him in Stacy J Hip as I was lurking and like, oh, geez, really, Don? Really? How many times was chat held up with your endless rude questions? Yeah, they were rude when he was like, hey, is there proof that happened? Or then again, that you see what they really think of. These people were supposed to be his friends, man.
But
they just turned like that.
Never seen one rude or derogatory comment from Don. He asked us questions, but he wasn't nasty about it.
Don.
And why are these people talking about him the way they are?
Dude, Don was supposed to be their friend, you know? I've seen him make a couple comments. I was like, oh, Don. But who cares? Look, it's the internet. You know what? You don't owe me nicety. If you want to say some mean shit about old Tug can live through that. Who gives a fuck? You know? I don't care. I'm sure Mr. Coop doesn't care. It's the internet. But the thing is, we're talking about, like, Leslie just came out and said, remember, these are the same people, by the way, that you look at, not just her, Paint Chips, for example, right? One of the charges against Paint Chips in the charging doc was that he tried to pay a stripper to go in and accuse I think it was the Staten Island DA. I'd have to look again to make sure of the position, but someone like that, pay them to say that, they say falsely that the guy essayed her. Huh. So I'm supposed to believe things from these folks, this group of people that traffic in lies, deceit, and more. I'm supposed to just believe them. You're not supposed to ask questions about the pieces that don't fit.
Yep, you're right. You're right. I mean, I want to jump back to the Tammy J thing for just a second, if you don't mind. You know, Tammy J, I see her every day in Jay's chat. And we all know Jay cracks up. He has fun. And every time I would see him go off on his little tangents about 2Ls, I never saw Tammy J ever engage in any of that.
No, man. When she first popped over there and they flipped out on her, look, they spent they did an emergency stream to just profane her, threaten her. One word, say one word, they'll sue, all of this crazy shit. She was just over there goofing off, man.
Yeah, she just want to have fun.
I think it's interesting because, again, like whether that's a Tammy, you know who I felt really bad for too?
Who that?
I felt bad for Stacy, and I felt bad for Flutter. You know, you're talking Flutter. If people don't know this, Flutter was one of the folks that did work for some of these people, did free work, by the way. They called compensation. They provided for online work, managing auctions and stuff. They gave her a phone. So you got to have a phone to do online auctions. They wanted her to do all of this stuff, and they, quote unquote, paid for her phone. That was her compensate. That's garbage, man. Again, I've been on call with jobs. Like,
how many hours? How many hours did she spend on the internets doing their bidding for just a phone bill?
Yeah. And she complained, because, you know why they turned on her? They turned on her because these people were screaming and yelling and acting the fool, and she couldn't keep up with who was bidding. So she asked them, "Hey, can you tone that down for a minute? I'm trying to do this, trying to do her job." Now, instead of hearing that and just taking it as it were, they attacked her publicly that night. They talked to her like a dog, and then they continued to go after her. And when Stacy had the audacity to say, "Hey, this isn't right. Let's not do that," instead of keeping that behind the scenes, they decided to attack them both publicly. And Stacy was doing, all of those people that go on that show, by the way, like Stacy, you didn't see them really helping her, like running her auctions and everything else. Anytime they would go over to her show, they would, like, 2L would hijack her show and make it about something. Sometimes Stacy would be like, "Yo, we're not doing that today. We're having auctions." And she'd hijack her damn show. It's just craziness, man.
Yeah, the people that support her seems to be the ones that get the brunt end of the stick all the time.
Yep.
The donors are getting blocked. The donors are getting, lied to. We had a lady just the other day, I think it was this morning, sitting there saying she donated money. And what happened? Never even saw it.
You mean this right here, man, that I screenshot?
Oh, yes, that right there.
Yes, Liz. Yep. Liz said, "I donated. I never gave her permission to use it for anything but for HG and LP. When asked about the money, lying Lisa blocked me."
I thought all the donors said it was okay for her to have the money to do with what she wanted.
I thought also they said that they don't block people ever.
Yeah.
So
she still swears to this day that only me's not blocked.
They may have unblocked him. You know what? After a while, I take the hint. Like that dude was making it rain on those people. He dropped a lot of money,
Probably wish he'd come back.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think I saw him over in who was that?
He's over on Swamp Boys.
He's over on Slobby's channel.
Yeah, he's over there. So. But
so he's rubbing elbows with her. I mean, they're hanging out in the chat.
Yeah. I mean, they all talked a lot of shit about him. All of them. Boy, I was just like, wow. And again, he wasn't supposed to be my pal. These people said, like, he wasn't a donor. A lot of these people said that he was their friend, and they certainly didn't treat him like a friend. I will say that. They also didn't stick up for him like a friend. If my friend dropped $50,000 and asked for a little bit of clarity, I would stomp the verbal living crap out of anybody that went after him. I would be up in arms,
Oh yeah, I mean that's life-changing money right there.
Mm-hmm.
And God, I agree with you 100%. I can't stand Lynette and Crook. I think they're garbage people. But at the end of the day, that money was for that child. They exploited that child for almost a year, getting money out of all these people. And at the end of the day, the man that donated the biggest payday of all is blocked. He tells these people to give them the money, and they just barely thumb their nose at him.
You don't have to, like I said, I don't like these people. They have been most of them have been nothing but awful to pretty much everybody. At the end of the day, though, it's a question of, like, who does that belong to? And we know legally they can sit there and run their mouth or whatever, but ultimately they got Lynette in line somehow. They did something with it. I don't know the answer to how they got you in line, Lynette. I know they gave you some money. I know they paid for the Ohio lawyer, but really they paid for it. It's her money.
Yeah. I think that's how they put her back in lockstep. Here you go, girly girl. Here's a few crumbs of this, magical big coffer we have over here. You can have a little bit of it. Yeah.
Pennies on the dollar, man.
Yeah.
Pennies on the dollar. All right,
I think you. Oh yeah. Go ahead.
You want to? Oh, were you going to say?
Oh,
I
yeah.
think
No. Go ahead. Matter of fact, I was going to ask you. This is the one that's 10 pages long, right?
Oh, yeah. This is amazing.
Now,
this one,
I don't see very many judges doing 10-page orders.
This one is very descriptive on what's happening. And what you really have to think about when we look at this, folks, is this order right here. It leads into what happened the other day when she walked out. When a court is pretty adamant about, hey, you need to be in a depot by X date, and then you go in and you're obstructing. They're essentially telling you to stop obstructing freaking depot. Don't try to stop it. It's going to happen. Well, when they're obstructing it anyway. Oh my.
Well, you remember how adamant the judge was. The lawyer said they need this done ASAP. And the judge told him, look, you got 30 days, get this done. And then she walks out on it. So now that's put more time. Because I think, from what I understand, Dennis stated that they needed this done by September, before September, because they go to court in September.
Well, it's definitely what their problem is. If they don't provide information and they skip out on this, the courts can assume that everything that Randy is saying is 100% correct. So if Lynette, like, we're going over the depot. We have not finished it yet, but essentially the question has become two things. It's about property. It's about homes. Well, first of all, it's, do you actually own that property? Who owns it? So Lynette in her depot said that the property at first said that it was supposed to be 100%, but mistakenly they listed it as 50-50. However, when you look at the deed, that's not what it says. It doesn't say there's a 50-50 split. Now, she kept saying, well, it's listed in Levy County. Yeah, but that's not on your warranty deed. So that could be a big problem there. And it's also the question of how she signed it. Is it even legal? I think the real issue, though, is if there's no 50-50, that puts 100% of that property in the pot. And, whoa, baby, that may be a big problem there. You may be talking about all of that property going up and potentially losing all of it. Now, Lynette.
Here's your question about that, Tug, what you're talking about. Say, for instance, that the deed is not legal because it doesn't have a legal binding signature on it. Mm-hmm. What could happen over that? I'm not talking about the bankruptcy taking it. I'm talking about the property itself. Is it just sitting out there in limbo that nobody owns it?
Yeah, well, there would have never been any question over the legality of it. Again, what will happen? I don't know. I have no idea what will happen, but if we would have had no bankruptcy, nobody would have ever questioned. It would have never been a question of any of this whatsoever. No one would have ever probed this really seriously. Again, why would anybody really want that property in the middle of Levy County anyway? They wouldn't have given it a second thought. But here we are, so for your question there, I don't think anything would have ever happened. I actually think it would have just, and again, the question of who actually owns it or whatever, I don't know. This is a very weird situation here. I think she loses the land. I think potentially she loses all of the land. And again, when she's blaming people, I know she wants to point the finger at Jeremy Hales. Who put her in the position? Again, who told her to file bankruptcy? All of these people out there who did not secure her land, who didn't secure her assets before telling her to file bankruptcy, who didn't do that nominal check that I hope she has written proof of someone like, say, BBB or any of these people giving her legal advice and pushing her towards that, because she has a hell of a lawsuit against these people if she really wants it. That's somebody she actually could win money from.
Yeah. I agree with you. I mean, I'm going to agree with you again about the FBI. I mean, I think she needs to get away from Levy County. She needs to go find some form of law enforcement that will listen to her. Look at all of the money that has been raised off the back of this child. Lynette could turn around and use that same, I'm a poor old lady with a disabled child, and these people took advantage of me. She could use that to her advantage.
Well, actually, again, she keeps bringing up, why Gabe? And they were stammering and stuttering. I don't know. Maybe because somebody took advantage of the elderly, according to the police in the past. And, well, what does this look like? It looks like taking advantage of the elderly. I would also include paint chips. I would also include, again, a guy who has been part of fraud, as strong-armed. I would include him because they brought him in. I would bring in the fucking lawyer that was permanently retired in lieu of. I'd bring this whole group of people and be like, these people gather around me and they just chirp in my ear. I told them, again, you may hate me, Lynette. You may hate Mr. Coop. You may hate all, but we've been telling you that this is bad. I don't want, at the end of the day, I don't think anybody wants your kid to suffer. And these people put you in a position where, again, you wanted to flaunt. Jeremy Hale spent tens of thousands of dollars going to court. And they told you, they were like, hey, why don't you throw it in his fucking face? Why don't we just go out here and after we get at bankruptcy, we'll laugh at him. We'll say, oh, what you going to do now, sucker? Well, this is what he's going to do now.
Now, so you hit on something a second ago that I forgot about. That there are laws in Florida, strong laws about messing with the elderly.
Yeah,
I forgot all about that. And she is no spring chicken. So
no, she is definitely. She is what, 64? I think the people said.
Now, see, yeah, I think she just had a birthday not too long ago.
I think they said she was 64. I believe. Again, Lynette, if I'm incorrect on that, my bad. But I believe they said 64. Regardless, again, I'm not saying anything bad about that either. I am no spring chicken myself. Right. But for yourself, again, when you look at those people's backgrounds, you have a real reason to do. And I think, Lynette, maybe they told you at first they were going to hide you away some money, whatever, that they told you there. They're now talking about, again, publicly, they keep saying it's my money. It doesn't belong to Lynette Peston. And they're bragging. They're telling people that you are the problem, not John Cook. John Cook is a poor victim of you. That's what they keep saying. So if you got a problem with that, again, you said that she knew why you left John Cook, and it was one of the reasons you would never forgive her. So I don't know what you told her or whatever, but she's just slapped you in the face with it. I think it's wild she said that John Cook keeps the ashes of his ex in the shed like a trophy after the woman ended herself because of all the things that she had been through with him. And they just treated that like it was another day. And they never even bring it up, because if they told people that, they keep pretending that they care about women and stuff. Boy, it doesn't sound like they care. It sounds like they care about women if they can be used against Jeremy Hales. But otherwise, it doesn't sound like they care about women at all. So,
anyway. She stated that, proudly. Yep, she's in a box in that shed, his dead wife. And I'm like, what? Why isn't the woman in the house on the mantle or something, but hey,
Well, she was saying that she ended her life after everything that she dealt with John Cook. That was Lynette's statement, by the way. I'm not saying. She said it on body, like it was caught on body cam. So, you don't have to believe me. That is on body cam. I mean, that is a wild statement. And either these people are saying that Lynette Peston is a liar, or they're saying that they don't care about it. They care about a victim if, again, they get to define who is a victim. Otherwise, they don't mind. They don't matter at all.
Now I know you've seen the pictures of when before they actually owned the property, when Lynette and Jamie were up there, took a picture in front of the sign. Okay. If you ever noticed that, okay, now that's been back in 2019, I think, or somewhere around 2019, 2020 early. Anyway, you look at how healthy she looked then compared to how healthy she looks now. So before all of this started rolling with this court stuff, she had already been taking a downward spiral. And I wonder if it's things that I'm just going to hush about that.
I think Lynette, she talks about all of the medical that she's having right now because of stressors. And yeah, when she's talking about the person that lives outside of her home, they can't even be friends, and they scream and yell at each other. That's not healthy. No matter what you want to say with it, that ain't healthy. But anyway, let's read this. We'll talk forever otherwise.
Yeah.
Well, by the way, too, folks, Just Jay is up to within. He's probably about 112 subscribers away. So.
My goodness. Come on, guys. It's free 99 day. It don't cost nothing.
Well, 112. We already cleared. We've cleared about 60 people. So we're moving.
That's good. That's good.
So subscribe to Just Jay over there for sure.
Before we dive into this, did you ever get all of the monies you needed to sue Megan?
Over Megan Fox? No, actually, again, it is very expensive to sue someone like Megan Fox because, you have to have a really solid game plan. And part of that solid game plan is, of course, enticing Just Jay Hip. So I've got to have a lot of money just to fan out and shove in his face and be like, he says, show me the money. I got to show him the money. So if you would like to help me sue Megan Fox before the Fats can, because they keep saying they're going to sue her. Oh my God. Remind me to I want to read you a portion of what they said about copyright that I think is funny, but I'll read it after this. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Listening to them describe copyright last night. God. But yes, if you'd like to support the channel, help us sue Megan Fox. Get on in there. So this is the order denying debtor's emergency motion for protective order regarding deposition and incorporated memorandum of law. Again, this just popped off too. It's document 137. So this case came before the court. We had a hearing on June 9th, 2026. That was again on the debtor's emergency motion for protective order regarding deposition and incorporated memorandum of law filed on May 25th, 2026. Remember when this was discussed, by the way? Remember all the anti saying it was all a lie? All of the things that happened with that hearing, like they always do. They're like, yeah, that's all a lie. None of that happened. That was a lie.
Well, here you go.
Yeah, here's the thing. And the response in opposition to debtor's motion for protective order and request for award of fees and costs filed by creditor Jeremy Hale on June 8th. So counsel for both parties submitted competing orders memorializing the ruling on the emergency motion announced at the conclusion of the hearing. The court crafted the instant order by using some language submitted by both parties. So the court, having reviewed the emergency motion, the response, the supporting documentation, the competing orders, and the applicable law, this is what they find following. So the finding of facts. This is amazing, by the way. I mean, this is absolutely amazing. So April 28th, the creditor properly noticed the debtor's deposition was going to take place May 27th. Now, all this is important because remember, after this happened, we have another attempt at depo and Lynette walks out. Okay. So remember, they're getting on to her. This is the finalization of what previously took place. So when you look at the judge and they're bringing all of this up, remember her actions, the new ones. Holy crap, Lynette. Oh, man. So again, She was told on April 28th that on May 27th, 8 a.m., they're going to have a depot, right? It's going to be at Leave. Let me make sure there's not. Just give me 1 second. I'm going to make sure there's not crazy freaking.
I did notice something on that document, though. Finding of fact. They don't seem to like facts over there very well.
Well, you notice, here's one of the problems. Like, even with 2L and the gang, they won't read you documents. They won't go through this again. You know, at the end of the day, I'm sorry about that, Bugs. I was just making sure there wasn't something like an address stuck in all this mess. I just had to make sure real fast. But they don't read you documents. Hell, they won't even read you all of a police report. You know, they went from, they also, weirdly enough, you've had certain people over there, by the way, say that they saw a video with Hales and Leslie together.
Huh?
Yeah. You know, the video that's talked about in that police report or whatever. And I was like, well, if they've seen it, then why do you have to FOIA it? And also, I was told that there was a video of the worst kind, a video that was of SA. So apparently, either they're showing them something you shouldn't have, or it's just a video again of of what exactly?
Well, you got to remember, Tuck, what we think would be considered SA, they might think of it something else. So maybe somebody just getting out of the car in front of a storage
the breeze
unit,
blowing. Oh God, the breeze SAB.
Yeah, you know, a northern breeze came down and did a little bit of creep walk across somebody's
Therefore,
chest,
the weatherman. You'd be like, oh my God, what?
These people, oh Lord. I mean, I'm not very smart when it comes to the law, you know, but I do read this stuff because it's fascinating. And and even though I don't understand a lot of it, I still put it up on the screen because the audience likes to see the facts of stuff, you know.
Well, you know what you do. Apparently, you know just as much. I'm going to say it this way. If a person goes and they're forced into retirement by the bar, they probably don't know enough about the law either. So, you know, so maybe they should shut the fuck up and just, bring up documents and stop pretending that there's some legal source out there.
Well, now let's not forget about the felon that had his bar license revoked. I mean,
the guy who supposedly sent a guy to another person's home and, like, what was it, 2 or 3 a.m. to beat on their door and harass and threaten them if they went and testified. By the way, you know, this ain't New York. Like, I ain't. Like I said, you know why these people don't come to my house? Because my doorbell reloads. That's
if I'm not mistaken, it wasn't that long ago. Somebody actually said that you needed to be sleeping with what under your pillow?
Tell me I need to sleep with a Glock under my pillow. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's some absolute crazy shit.
I'm like, you know what? I don't sleep with a Glock under my pillow, but I sleep with a lead dispensing attack dog right by my chair. So. I really do.
Oh, Lordy.
Yeah. Anyway, so we have Randy tells them April 28th, we're going to have a depot. May 27th. So on the 25th of May, only 2 days before the scheduled depot, the debtor, that would be LMNOP, files an emergency motion seeking to postpone or cancel. So 2 days before, they're like, no, can't. Why, John Cook? Remember that mess? So exhibits attached to the emergency motion show that on May 15th, my birthday, by the way, yeah, if you'd like to support my birthday, which is not here anymore, but consider the channel. Oh, well, that's a grift right there. When they mention my birthday, debtor's counsel notified creditor's counsel by email that debtor would be unable to appear for scheduled depot on May 27th. So on May 15th, so they're telling them, yeah, we actually gave you 12 days. Well, baby. So again, they have there, you can see again, one that is just noting the emergency motion and the exhibits attached to it. Now, on the same date, the debtor's counsel's office advised creditors' counsel the debtor could appear for the depot on alternative dates. They said the 26th, 28th, 29th, or any day thereafter. Now, in response, creditors' counsel reported that on the 27th, depot date had been, quote, coordinated over the phone weeks ago and refused to change the date for the deposition. That would be, again, let's see. So 3 here, quote. The court reviewed the audio record of the status hearing held on May 5th, 2026. At that hearing, debtors' counsel stated for the record that he and creditors' counsel spoke just before the hearing and confirmed, amongst other things, the date of the debtor's depot. Oh, shit. There you go. So this is something. Go ahead. What were you saying?
The debtors count. So it's not.
Yeah,
it's
Jeremy's.
not Jeremy's lawyer. It's her lawyer.
Yeah. Well, they. So both of them, when the court got together, yes, the debtors' counsel stated on the record, the debtors' counsel, that he and creditors' counsel had spoken, amongst other things, the date of debtors. But so it says the debtors' counsel. Yes. Isn't that interesting?
Yes, it is.
Mm-hmm.
Now, remember, months in advance, somebody was set up for a doctor's visit.
I'm sure that's going to come up too. I have not read all of this. I was like, ooh,
I skimmed over it. But yeah, go ahead, man. Let's get into it. This is getting cool.
Well, what's really awesome about this too is, again, we didn't have access to this, but we knew that it had been discussed in that because that had been talked about. So again, they told the court before. Now, if Lynette was just Lynette, here's another thing that your counsel, in my opinion, again, I ask, who do they work for? Because your counsel in the past, according to you, in your own conversations with some people out there, including Tina, you said that both BBB and this guy right here in the thumbnail case told you that at the last minute, the day before, not even 24 hours, just to say I couldn't get there. John has an issue or whatever, like a medical appointment, and not show up for a depot that day. It's the same thing. So if you wouldn't have had that kind of background on cases, I'm sure that people would have worked with you, but they don't trust you about excuses. And again, you are liable for whatever you do, but when your counsel is telling you to do things like that, that's not good counsel. That's terrible.
I'm still at odds with this. Debtors' counsel stated for the record, and this was on May 5th.
Yeah. So they had that hearing. When they had that hearing, they announced to the court that we had discussed this would be the day. So they knew from then on that this was it. What's crazy is we found out that they had gone in the day that they found out, that they were going to have that on the 28th, they had gone and scheduled a doctor appointment, or John Cook had. So it was on the day that they were told. And yet they go into the courtroom on the 5th and still announce that. So there's a disconnect somewhere in this. Either Lynette, when that was properly noted, like when you were told on the 28th of April, if you told your counsel before the 5th that had happened, then that's not good for them. Like, again, I imagine.
Wasn't that the 18th of April?
No, it's 28th of April.
Was it the 28th? Okay.
Yeah, 28th. So because it was like less than a month. But if on the 28th, if it came up and they would have been like, hey, Randy, we just found out that there is a scheduling conflict, but we can do any other day. See, the reason they won't switch days, first of all, most of us, right when you get close to dates, we have things that go on in our lives, like especially if your job is popping up in courts, though, you don't have a lot of like wiggle room with that. And on top of it, they have to bring in somebody, again, they have a lot of money that goes into recording. You had the transcript of the depot. Yeah, that costs a lot of money to get going. So.
Well, yeah, I mean, lawyers are always scheduled all over the place, so they have to work this out in advance. And for them to drop this on them like on the 5th or whatever, what is it, the 5th they dropped them on it, the May 5th in the court, hey, look, no, they didn't even drop it on them on the 5th, did they? That there was a doctor's appointment?
No, they didn't say anything about it until on the 15th. They got a letter. They came in. Just a minute, I hear a little one. What's up, kiddo? I can't hear you. Come here. You were sleeping in? What's wrong? Come here. You wake up? Yeah. Did you have a bad dream or something? Come here. Give me a hug. She had a bad dream. She was all asleep. I can tell. It's okay. Oh, it's okay, baby. There's nothing wrong. It's okay. Hey, can you hold this for a second?
Yeah.
She's very upset.
I'll play with the chat for a few minutes.
Okay.
Oh, all right. Let's see what we got going on here. Doesn't matter the date. LP just doesn't want to be pinned down to and accountable. Right on, Yamaha. Right on. You're exactly right, man. But I thought it was pretty crappy though, because like I said, they went into court on the 5th, right? This was all scheduled way in advance. They go into court on the 5th. Her own counsel agreed to this. All of this was talked about on the 28th, I think Tug said. They agreed to every bit of this on the 5th in court. And then they show up just the week before, I think 4 days before, saying, oh, I'm sorry, there's been an emergency medical procedure that Mr. Crook has to do that was scheduled on the day that all of this was set forth. This is the kind of stuff right here that I get tickled about when I hear this kind of crap. It's absolutely insane. Sweet little Bugs, she had her a nice little, not a nice nightmare, but had her a nightmare. Master Tug is taking care of her right now, and there's some love for the bug right there. All right. Who else we got in the chat here? Oh, her next step. Oh, come back here. Her next step. Oh, she'll be wearing shiny bracelets to keep her locked down. Right on, James. Right on. Who else we got in here? Yeety McYeterson. Yeah. Oh, yep. But if you want the good deal, get out of downtown Vegas. Oh, okay. You guys are talking amongst yourself. All right, Coop. Oh, Coop. The Coop is on fire. I'm just having fun, guys. You guys did hear that I've been put up for sale on Facebook, right? There's 10 chickens been put up for sale, a chicken coop, and they wanting $200 for it. So if you want to buy me for $200, run on over to Facebook. Hey, how's the yellow one? She doing okay? She just had a bad dream. She had a bad dream. Thought she was alone in the house. So it upset her, So I got her tucked back in. She went right back to sleep. But you have those dreams where you're like, oh God, something's wrong. Oh, them ones that wake you up in a cold sweat. Yeah. So she woke up and she was like, oh no. So and I got her. I told her everything's okay. She had to see Dad because Daddy's the safe place, But she's good. She's, like I said, she's had a bad dream. Those are the things like, man, it's always good as a parent. It's wonderful. It's amazing what you can fix with just a comforting word or a kiss on the forehead or whatever. Exactly. Man, cherish these times with these youngins. I'm telling you, because when they get grown and old and out on their world and their own, you'll miss every bit of it. Oh yeah. I mean, they are precious. Well, I enjoy them anyway. Like I hear parents complain. They're like, "Oh, I did my own time." Blah blah. I'm like, nah, they're fine around me. They have their stuff. I was telling you today. It's awesome that the girls have the same interest as you do. Yeah, it's you don't see that very often. No, well, it's been that's because Daddy has been raising them for a while, and I get lucky that I get to be at home with them. This kind of job is great because I get to spend a lot of time with them, and they get parented right. So anyway, so back to our emergency stuff. So in our emergency motion, the debtor
admitted that the medical procedure, you're talking about John Cook's medical procedure that allegedly created that scheduling conflict, was arranged months in advance. This this was the lie where they tried to see this right here too, Lynette. Your counsel tried to correct this by saying, "Oh, months. That was just that was a miswording by myself." Wait,
nope.
They could have said it was an emergency. It had to be. See, again, there could have been ways that could have made it work. But your own counsel made it sound like you knew about this for months. Again, who does your counsel work for, Lynette? You know?
Well, she also busted herself because, I mean, she literally put the date out there and it wasn't months.
Yeah, but see, with the court, they went with months. So
I forget about that because the court only looks at the motions that are filed.
Yeah,
we out here in crazy world, we
we found out that it was actually scheduled on the 28th, the same day. Now she said, that was just whoopsie. I think that sounds pretty intentional, but if your intent was to delay, then your counsel did a terrible job of it. I mean, it's like the more you try to do with this stuff, the worse it actually looks. So, quoting here, the debtor stated again, quote, Mr. John Cook is the only other individual able or available to assist with care for debtor's special needs child during the deposition. Mr. Cook is scheduled to undergo a medical procedure on the 27th of May, 2026, which was arranged months in advance and requires transportation assistance and post-procedure care. Again, there's 4. 4 was again the emergency motion.
You got to get that.
I will never say the motion. So the debtor failed to appear on the scheduled depot for the 27th. So they just don't show up. And remember, we were talking about that at the beginning. Even her counsel noted that if that's another thing I'm wondering, Lynette, did your counsel actually know you were not showing up and they threw you under the bus to make you look like a crazy person? Or were you that, I don't know. Somebody made a real mess of it. And he could be creating a setup, Lynette, where he can remove himself as counsel and leave you without any type of counsel, leave you high and dry in this mess, as it were. He could actually be planning on, again, you have all these weird conflicts. He has plenty of reason where he could say, hey, due to X, Y, and Z, I went off this case. That these irreconcilable differences plus I went out of here.
He stated right to Randy that, I don't know if she's showing up or not. She's texted me erratically all morning. So he could easily, just like you said, use that against her.
Yeah. Well, and again, it could go both ways. I don't trust any of them. I do know with the hearing for Lynette, though, he was on his best behavior, and it made you look even crazier, Lynette. It made you look even crazier with that. Again, was that just because you were that crazy, or is it because, so I don't know. I mean, again, it's interesting. I keep going back to Lisa keeps talking about how she communicates with this lawyer all the time. She's bragged about it and bragged about it. Makes me wonder again, how many masters can you serve? And that is a problem in the courts, by the way.
I don't care how close I am to somebody as a friend. I am not letting a friend talk to a freaking lawyer that I've hired.
Like my divorce lawyer. Look, I had people that would be scheduled or arranged to talk for X, Y, or Z. You know what? None of these people, none of them were there for any of that. I mean, it's just, it ain't gonna happen.
This guy is literally holding her home in the palm of his hand. Why is this person over here talking to him. It doesn't make sense why she would allow that.
I just saw another screenshot coming from one of the other channels, we'll say, not noting one of the antis. It said, "Good evening to everyone. Due to a few select people that are pushing me out of different channels, this is my last message in the chat. Much love and peace." Huh. There goes another one that's like, you guys just are bullying me out.
On us?
No, not on us, on them.
Oh,
those
okay.
antis.
Okay.
Yeah, they're turning on their own people. I mean, these are people that have been around forever. There goes another one.
And this was in your chat?
No, it's in another anti.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Just looking at them, I was like, wow. So on top of that, she doesn't show up. And then creditor asserts that as a result of the debtor's filing of the emergency motion, failure to appear for the scheduled depot, he incurred expenses, of course, including court reporter fees and attorney time spent preparing the depot and responding to emergency motion. Of course, you're going to run up money on that. So the federal rules, so the conclusions of law, Federal Rules of Civil Procedure 26C, as incorporated by Federal Rules of Bankruptcy Procedure 7026, require a party seeking a protective order to demonstrate good cause for the court to issue an order protecting that party from annoyance, embarrassment, oppression, or undue burden or expense. The party seeking a protective order bears the burden of demonstrating good cause for the order. Courts have held that parties with knowledge that they may need a protective order may not remain silent and wait for a conflict to occur. Right there. So what this is saying here is that on the 28th, when she knew that there was a scheduling conflict, she should have brought it up right away.
Right.
She couldn't just wait around. So, I mean, you know, not only that, one of the things that I'm sure the court noticed too is they stated not just that this was a conflict and that they could reschedule on X, Y, or Z date or whatever, but John Cook would have follow-up too that may result in other needs or procedures, which, by the way, was weird. All of that just went right away, didn't it? Because every day he's over there dropping dollar dues in the 2L chats, like, you know. Every day they don't have anything else to do.
If I'm not mistaken, wasn't this emergency procedure at a pain clinic?
That's what was reported.
Yeah, I don't know if I can't confirm it, but
that's what the name, again, I'm going to say that's what it very much looked like when you look up the doctor and everything else. That's what it seemed to be, you know. Like maybe he had to go in for a shot or something like that with it.
So what kind of medical procedure would that be? Just a shot? Is a shot?
I didn't believe that place actually did medical procedures. I think that would be like a shot. Again, this is speculation.
Yeah.
A fact, but I believe it was probably like a pain shot or whatever, which I understand needing those. The problem is that they didn't, you know, it just, I don't believe in the matters of convenience that pop up with this stuff. There are so many of them. And it's just like, oh, well, by the way, you know what? We had all this other time we could have made work out, but this day right here, it was already spoken for. You know how many times stuff like that has happened with these folks? I don't believe in coincidence with them ever.
Oh, no. Yeah. Everything is planned out with these people on how they're going to ditch whatever they need to ditch.
Yep. Every time, you know, it comes up. All right. Just Jay he's getting close, you know.
Oh, what's he at now?
He is at 4.89. Actually, 4.8. Wow, man. So we're actually, do me a favor, folks. I need about, you know, there's a link for Jay. I need about 15 people to go in and subscribe to Jay real quick. You know what? If there are 15 people out there, I just need you to subscribe to Just Jay. All right? 15.
Man, this is awesome.
Yep. I want to see him kick over. So I want to see that roll over and move. You know, I want to see it keep going because we just knock it out in chunks. If you have not subscribed to Just Jay Hip, we're trying to push him closer and closer to 5,000. So if you would, I want to do this for everyone. Like I said, Coop, we need to have a nice push. I want to remind people that again, Coop, you are monetized. You know, we need to push for you too. You've been building it good on your own, man. Too.
Oh yeah, I'm skating along great. I can't wait till the 5,000 party he's going to throw.
I know, you're amazing.
Oh my God!
So a motion for protective order must be timely filed. Failure to file a timely motion for protective order can be grounds for denying the motion, particularly when a party has knowledge of a need for a protective order but remains silent until a conflict occurs. Again, you can't make because what a court is telling you is, yeah, you may have a great excuse for this, but you just waited around until, and these people, they've bragged that we've heard, again, not Lynette herself, but we've had people all around anti-Hales that are like, yeah, we're going to drive up Jeremy Hale's costs. They brag about it. They all do, delays and stuff. Oh, it's so nasty. So Federal Rule of Civil Procedure 37AB5, applicable in this adversary proceeding of Federal Rules of Bankruptcy Procedure 7037, provides that if a motion for protective order is denied, the court must require the movement. It sounds like the bowel movement. No, to pay the party who opposed the motion its reasonable expenses incurred in opposing the motion, including attorney fees, unless the motion, God, I get to say that over and over again, it's so funny, was substantially justified or other circumstances make an award of expenses unjust. You see right there, they're telling you if that gets shot down. So if the protective order gets shot down in it, the court must, you notice here, that language must require that the movement pay the party who opposed it reasonable expenses. That includes attorney fees, etc. So,
you're getting into the good stuff. You're getting into the good stuff.
It's about to get good. But I mean, they have to do it. So, and it's even better. The substantially justified standard requires more than mere good faith. It demands a showing that reasonable people could differ as to the appropriateness of the contested action. Again, so with that, you can't just take it on good faith too. Two people could look at that and again, they could be like, well, so Federal Rule of Civil Procedure 37D1A, applicable in this adversary proceeding. Federal Rule of Bankruptcy Procedure 7037 provides that a court may, on motion, order sanctions. Let's see what it says about sanctions. Okay, so these are just a note. These are rules of civil procedure, so we won't need to note the other one too. All right. So the sanctions, they may include reasonable expenses, including attorney fees caused by a party's failure to appear after being served with proper notice, quote, unless the failure was substantially justified or other circumstances make the award of expense unjust. The amount and reasonableness of such fees and costs shall be determined after submission of the creditor's affidavit or itemization of fees and costs and any response by the debtor. The filing of a motion for protective order does not relieve a deponent of a duty to appear at a depot. This is a big one right here, or preclude the imposition of sanctions for failure to appear. So, just filing that protective order did not allow Michelle Peston to walk away. She stated that when her counsel filed, that allowed her to walk away. And I wondered when she said that, is that something that counsel told you? Did they tell you it was okay not to show up because you filed? Because I didn't get that from their statement. They showed up thinking that you may show up anyway. So I get the feeling that they told you, yeah, you need to show up anyway. And you were like, I don't know, maybe not, maybe. Again, if it's different, if they told you something different, but either you are, there's one of two problems here. Either you're a lawyer, they can't control you. And if they can't control you at all, that's a problem. Either that or there's some major disconnect somewhere. I don't know. So to be excused from appearing at the notice deposition, an opponent must obtain an order not to just file a motion. That's right. So analysis. Debtor's emergency motion was not timely filed. Not at all. Under the circumstances, timely. These are the same people. These are people who can't file something that's due in 3 days for 75 days. I don't think they understand timely. You know what I mean?
Well, I think you're going to like what you get into here.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I know where this is going to go. I know. I know where this is going. So debtors,
we can say cha-ching is going to add up.
Yeah, it's gonna be some problems with the moolah, and well, it goes as badly as it can go. Let's just say it that way. So debtor's depot was scheduled again Wednesday, May 27th, 2026. Debtor had significant advanced knowledge, of the scheduling conflict. Yet debtor's counsel did not contact creditor's counsel until after 6 p.m. on a Friday. That's also a good point there too. So even though they did contact 12 days before or whatever, they contacted on a Friday after hours. So really, the 15th doesn't count, the 16th doesn't count, and the 17th doesn't count because those aren't office hours, you know? You don't pop up until the 18th. So they didn't, the 15th look on paper, it looks like, yeah, okay, well, they have X amount of day, which is still not enough, but it's really even shorter than that. They actually contacted within single digit days left, not double, you're talking about what, 9 days?
Now, have you noticed that a lot of these people file their motions late of an evening?
Yeah.
That's insane. How is anybody able to respond to that?
Have you also noticed that certain parties out there, they will say that we need to have a conference or whatever, or I'm going to do this on the record, and then they will go ahead and file crap anyway before there's any kind of conferring on whatever the thing is. So right. I'm always amazed by that, It's just they do everything that they're kind of not supposed to. So the timing of the emergency motion does not support the protective relief debtor request. Debtor's knowledge of the medical procedure months in advance. Again, this word right here that her counsel put in doomed them. They would have probably had a problem anyway because they didn't do anything in a timely fashion. But that word, when he said it that way, like, oh, we have it there, like, oh, that excuse is going to bear out. Oh, no, that's the thing that doomed them. And it wasn't even true. Against a finding of good cause or substantial justification for filing the emergency motion at 11:47 p.m. on Monday, May 25th, 2026. Let's see. That was, again, noted by the bankruptcy court. Oh, we missed, where did we miss 7? Okay. That was on the Friday at 6 p.m. What does that say? Debtor's counsel has neither written nor argued that debtor did not advise counsel of the conflict before. Oh, that's crazy too.
Yep.
That's a wild footnote. I missed that. So it's saying Ramsaran also didn't say, hey, well, you know what? I actually didn't know about this conflict until we wrote you on that day. I just found out. That's wild. So that's a failure on even the most basic thing. Well, they didn't tell me about it. Sorry about that. It makes it look like he knew about it. And again, there was a scheduling, he created that conflict. That's terrible. That's terrible lawyering.
Neither written nor argued that the debtor did not advise counsel. That's crazy. It's almost like he's throwing her under the bus.
Yeah, well, yeah, because he, if he knew about it beforehand, why didn't he do anything about it, right? And if he didn't know about it beforehand, why didn't he note that? Why didn't he say, hey, I just found out about this, you know? So when I just found out about it, we got to, you know, I'm trying to do this. I couldn't have said anything about it before. The court's even bringing that up. Again, no matter what, either this is intentional or it's terrible lawyer. Either way, that's not good. Lynette paid $6,000 for Ramsram. And with Ramsram, I think they've gotten much more than $6,000 out of this man. I think that he never thought that this would go on forever and ever, nor it's very public. And all of these hits are potentially reputational hits. You know, if he wants to go forward, I think he wants on this case. I really do.
Well, according to what was said in the depot between, you know, everything, he don't sound very happy to me.
No. I get the feeling that he is not, that he's not thrilled to be around.
I mean, listening to you and Megan and then Jeremy, by the way, guys, if you have not seen Jeremy's videos on the deposition, that they're something to watch. Yeah, they are. They get it. He gets into pretty good detail about the deposition, and especially you and Megan going back over it. Oh man, it's awesome.
Yep. Oh my God. You know, it'd be really funny too.
What's that?
I want to do something. Not today. I may do it tomorrow. Okay. I think this would be really fun. Over time, you know, Stacy Nat. You know Stacy Nat.
Yeah. I was talking to her
so
today
Stacy Nat. Yeah. So Stacy Nat, you know, she's almost to 1,000 subscribers. She's very close, you know, and I think it would be interesting to get her there. These people, again, I love it when people break loose from these folks and then they have success. You know, it's just got
most definitely.
So I'd like to see that happen. I think we'll do that tomorrow. I think we'll see if we can drive her there. All right. Now, Jay, by the way, is around 60 people now away from 5,000. So when I asked for 15, all right. So while we're talking about this, if we can get 17 more people, if they are out there, just 17 people to subscribe to Just Jay. See, if you do it in little segments, it sounds very doable, right? Instead of being like 150, let's get it, you know, 17 more. And then we'll be very, very close. I mean, we are really.
I mean, he's getting so close. It is. Yeah. It's unbelievable.
He said 4.93. So he's within about 60 and change. I don't know. I can't see the change, but he's very close. Man,
it's what
I'd love to get him right on that 5,000. I love it.
4.93-ish.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So he's got 60 something people there. Yeah. So if we can knock out like again 15, 20 chunks, that does a lot. So anyway, so the debtor had ample opportunity to notify her attorney and creditors counsel of the conflict. Debtor's counsel could and should have filed the emergency motion immediately upon notifying credit counsel of the conflict May 15th, if not long before. Indeed, they should have, right when they found out about it, they should have treated that with expediency. You know, like, oh no, this is a problem. We've got to do this right now. That's what they're telling them. There's
I just can't believe they waited till 2 days before.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. When they saw too that this is not when Randy like, no way, we're not doing this. You know, right then they should have filed, but they didn't. They just waited. And they waited until, like you said, a couple of days before. Why would you do that? That seems insane, period. They should have just gone ahead and filed. So the debtor's last-minute filing of the emergency motion was not the result of unexpected emergency. Debtor did not obtain a court order postponing or excusing the deposition before the scheduled date. The filing of the emergency motion without entry of an order postponing the deposition did not relieve the debtor of the obligation to appear. Debtor did not carry her burden to establish good cause for the requested protective order. Under the circumstances, the emergency motion was not substantially justified under the purposes of da-da-da. For the reasons, so here's your order. Drink this in, babies. Here we go. So, debtor's emergency motion for protective order regarding depot and incorporated memorandum of law, that would be the emergency motion, 121, denied. Sit down. Denied. Unless debtor, do it.
I got you one.
Oh. Denied. There you go. I bet I have something like that. Let me see.
I got Megan's. I didn't want to step on her toes with hers.
I know, man. She make them beat you up. Man, she'll be like, never denied. Let's see if here's an access denied. That was terrible. That was just a brr. It was awful. There's a bunch of these. Motion denied. What is this one?
You know, with all of the shenanigans that's being played out through all of this, could we actually be hearing some of this lately or soon?
Well, I don't know about. It's very hard to get somebody behind bars. You know, when Jeremy talks about these people and them do, you know, when they do something, they could go to jail. Yes, very much so. The problem is that the courts allow people to do so many stupid things and continue. You know, they don't treat people. They treat people more like they're stupid than it's bad faith, and you should go to jail. You know, so that's where your problems come in. All right. So unless the debtor, this is where she starts having problems, you know. So unless debtor has already appeared for a deposition no later than 21 days from the date of this order, debtor shall appear in person for a deposition at a reasonable date, time, location to be agreed upon by parties or as ordered by the court. Oh, man. So
did you notice that 21 days? It was originally they needed it done before 30 days.
Well, isn't it interesting, though, that the court is pointing this out? You've got to get this done. You can't dodge depot. And yet they did it. They dodged a depot. When the court sees this, they ain't going to be thrilled. So let's see what that. In competing orders submitted by counsel for the parties, the date for this deposition was July 9th, 2026. Creditor's attorney submitted creditor's competing proposed order on June 18th, 2026. Debtor's counsel did not submit debtor's competing order until July 7th, 2026. Because of the month-long delay in submission of the competing orders, the July 9th date, which may have been agreed to by the parties in June, may no longer have been workable. Whether debtor's delay in submitting the competing order was yet another effort to delay discovery in this case remains to be seen. Right there, this. Did you read this part? That is bad.
Yep.
The court is saying, look, you had a date here that was submitted, but debtor's counsel didn't submit something until, well, month-long delay. So yet again, they have a delay. And the court is calling this out and saying, whether this right here, the submitting of that, was yet another effort to delay discovery in this case remains to be seen. What do you think this court is going to think when they find out Lynette set for it and just huffed out? I mean,
oh yeah. I mean, I think I don't think this judge is going to play games.
Oh, they're going to be pissed. This is not the forum for it, Lynette. This is federal bankruptcy courts are hardcore. They put mofos in jail for real. They do. I've seen it. They've done stuff like if any court could come down on you. Remember, Lynette, everything you own is in the hands of this court. And if you don't cooperate, they have the ability to take everything. Anything that you have, they can take everything.
Have you noticed that there's something that this judge has been doing that none of the other judges I have ever seen do? They're literally listening to the court transcripts. They're listening to the recording and making sure when they make these rulings that everything is, all the T's are crossed, all the I's are dotted.
You know what else they're saying? That they read the orders from the competing order, the competing submissions, from both councils. They're looking at them before they make an order and trying to decide what's fair and just. Wow. Could you imagine if that happened in federal court? With our, I realize this is federal court too, but you know what I mean. In our Fed 1, Fed 2.
Fed 1, Fed 2, yeah.
Yeah, could you imagine? I mean, really, and if they actually stuck up, like when somebody said, oh, this person's an alligator effer, and they're like, you better not do that. You better not say that again or else. And they're like, okay, I won't call this animal effer an animal effer. And then they're like, I told you, don't do that. If you do it again, we're going to, it's like, wait a minute.
Well, see, the footnotes that you have read, these are, they're very telling. This judge does not play. She goes through everything before she says anything.
Bankruptcy court does not play. They don't like it because, bad faith actors, when they come in here, they use it as delay tactics oftentimes. They think that they're the first little fish that have swam into this pond and actually came up with this idea. That's what really kills me with this. They really do. They think, oh man, we're the first people that ever thought we could delay cases and stuff by filing bankruptcy. No, you're not. You're not. And you're not just delaying your case or being slow. You're also so uncooperative that, it shows. And you know what? Orders like this, these are the kind of things that you can point to later on too and be like, hey, in this other case, look what this person did. They would not cooperate with discovery. These are problems. These are real problems for her. So
exactly. From what I'm seeing from these footnotes in this judge, I want to know why these other federal cases don't have judges doing the same thing.
You know what's bad?
It's crazy.
Okay. Outside of in the state cases, judges did pretty much step on it. In fact, I've got to give Judge Grabe, he's the one. We know that other courts have had people writing. They bragged about how they were writing to the Fed 1, Fed 2 stuff. They bragged about it. Nothing happened. But it happened in the state court there.
Oh.
So yeah, that's what nailed Bruce. But you know what? They were getting away with it in Fed 1, Fed 2. We know about it because all these people brag so much about doing it. So creditors' request for an award of reasonable attorney fees and costs pursuant to is granted, subject to the court's determination of amount and reasonableness of fees and costs requested. So right there, they do get attorney fees and costs. Creditors' request for an award of sanctions pursuant to is denied. Any such request must be made by motion. Okay, so this right here, this is not a forever denial. If you read this, this is actually saying that an award for sanctions, you have to have any such request must be made by motion. So creditor made a request in its response. So he can come in and ask for that in a motion on its own. So if he files outside of that, I wonder, you may be looking at a sanctions issue too. Man, Lynette, you're already going to get hit for costs. You may get hit with a sanction fee still. Oh my Lord. You get scolded by the judge saying, you guys lied. You may be trying to delay this. We're going to see. And then you did more. You get hit by this. My. So,
well, she's already going to get hit with lawyers' fees, but the sanctions, I think, didn't the judge just say in this response, creditor made this request in a response? That means he just has to file another motion.
Yeah, well, it's going to be interesting to see exactly what. I'm sure we'll see a filing. So, and again, Lynette says things. She said this in in the chat for 2L. She said that actually she said two things that really kind of interesting. Number one, she said that she can't get a fair bankruptcy because Jeremy Hales. And I'm like, no, you guys added him and you asked for him to, to dismiss tens of thousands of dollars in costs just to eat shit on it and potentially eat shit on all of these cases. So, of course, he's not just going to be like, yeah, sure, let's do that. No. And then she also said, and this always stuck with me, she said, if it weren't for 2L over there, she wouldn't know anything about her cases. And I was like, well, what about your lawyers? Are your lawyers not telling you? Because your lawyer should be contacting you. Anytime something happens, your lawyer should contact you and let you know. They should go over what this stuff means. Every time in court, when I would have something come up with my lawyers, they would sit down and we would strategize on how to. I wasn't riding along, just in the cart, like the way Lynette describes it. I wasn't just along for the ride. That was my life. I'm in control. These people work for you, Lynette. You don't work for them. They're supposed to work for you anyway. So
I was just fixing to say, maybe she's not the one that's being talked to about all this stuff.
She said that she didn't hunt down Ram Surround. That was not her choice. She did not make that choice. So,
well, remember they were all teamed up, hunting for these lawyers. I mean, Bubbles, he hunts high and low. And it seems like he finds the ones that are desperate for money.
Yeah. Well, Stark, my God. Like Stark was quite literally dying. He needed money. And, we found out how, I thought they were just making excuses at first. I'll admit that. I thought a lot of what he was saying, his medical problems and stuff, I was like, man, this guy's so full of crap. Because we kept hearing that over and over. We'd hear all these delay things. And then he passed. And I was like, well, maybe he was being truthful. Wow, these people, like you said, they hunt high and low. So within 14 days, go ahead.
I don't understand why she hasn't taken people's advice and just talked to another lawyer just to ask them, hey, am I getting represented right here?
Could she...
This is literally her life. That those property. Jesus Christ.
I'm telling. I told her that. Again, when I'm telling her that, I think they could have come to something with Hale, or maybe not. You know what? Maybe not. I don't know. But I've seen Hales do things that kind of surprise. He's a lot more forgiving of some of these people than I would be. I mean, he just wants, at the end of the day, they're like, oh, he wants content, he wants this. No, he just want to be left the fuck alone.
Exactly.
It's not a big request. I don't think that's a big thing to ask for. So I don't know, man. These people are crazy. By the way, we have over 2,000 folks here. Appreciate all of you coming out. Again, we are celebrating Mr. Coop. We are also, okay, so Jay is within 40 people, 40 and change. He is at 4.95K. So what I wanted two things out. Celebrate Mr. Coop being remonetized. Hell yeah. And also pushing Jay as close as we can. So right now he's within 40. Let's see if we can get another 20 if we can. Again, we will get that man to 5. All we need is 40 of you in the chat. There is a link there. It is free. Just hit that link and subscribe to Just Jay. You don't even have to mean
it. Speak of the devil, and here he shows 41 away.
Yeah. See, there you go, man. I mean, again, Jay. All jokes aside, I like Jay. He's funny, but more than that, Jay's a decent human being. He is. He's actually he's a good guy. He jokes around. We all goof off and we cut up with each other. But if you needed somebody to actually help you out of a jam or something, Jay will be somebody that will fight for you, and I appreciate that. You know, he's good.
He's good people. I mean, he gets up every day and goes to work just to feed other people. Think about it.
I mean, that's true. I mean, every day. He actually, from what I hear, he actually spoon feeds John Cook. He does. He cradles him after work on the weekends. He cradles him like a baby, takes him out to his tent. He feeds him. He helps him wrap himself from his crotch to his foot and those little mummy wraps that he does when he's walking down the street. Jay is a very decent person.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. I mean, when he's talking about, I'm a paraprofessional, he really means that. He's a paraprofessional. Okay. He's within 30 now, 30 and change. So we were getting there. Let's get this man to 5K. So then he can have a party and we can make fun of him. All right. Doesn't that sound fun? All right. So within 14 days of the date of this order, counsel for the creditor may file an affidavit for attorney fees and costs, setting forth with particularity the fees and costs claimed to have been incurred as a result of debtor's failure to attend scheduled depot and in opposing debtor's emergency motion. The affidavit shall include sufficient detail to permit evaluation of reasonableness, necessity, causation, hourly rates, time entries and costs, and shall be free of duplication. Okay, and that makes sense. So let's look at what it says here. The docket shows that the counsel of record, Randall Chauchet, that guy, I've heard of him before, Randall Chauchet, filed a, they used to call him Randall, they would be like, Randall Chauchet. I heard that so many times at the beginning. At least to make me laugh. Chauchet filed a document docketed as attorney time records for period ending in on. The Northern District Court has no such rule. This blah, blah, blah applies to motions for attorney fees, but contains no provision for sealing of attorney time records. Nonetheless, somehow this document is, as the date of this order, sealed. For that reason, creditor's time to file the affidavit required by this order commences upon entry. Okay, so he needs to file an entry for how much? There had been something filed and they're like, for some reason that's sealed. So time to get this done, to file something else. That actually, we're going to see something interesting about costs. It's going to be something else, I think that'll be amazing. Yeah, somebody pointed out too, the only problem with advice to LP about doing things, the one thing LP is that may be bad advice because it requires you to do something. And so far you've let these other people do things for you. And, yeah, like when you go out and you should contact the Fed on 2L, you have to do that. Nobody else can do that for you. If you want any of these problems fixed, ultimately you have to take a little time, set it aside. You have to stop blaming people like, I do it, but John, fuck John. If John is actually telling you to eat all of that money, even if, here's the thing they were saying too, well, that money's going to be lost in a bankruptcy if it's brought up. Well, you know what? It's not her money. She wanted to fuck you and walk away with it all. I would not let her walk away with anything. No way.
Oh, yeah. Remember way back in the beginning, she had a plan.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. $65,000 to get him gone.
Yep.
Oh, and their plan involved Mr. Hale himself.
They had that amount of money. That's the craziest thing. If she really wanted that amount of money, they had it.
Yep.
I mean, it just blows my mind, dude. They could have done all of that if they really wanted to, but they didn't do it. All right. Anyway, let's continue. So, counsel for debtor shall have 7 days from the filing of creditors' counsel's affidavit of attorney fees and costs to file a response or objection. Debtor's response or objection may address entitlement, reasonableness, amount, causation, duplication, hourly rates, costs, and any other basis for reduction or denial. So again, they were allowed to respond and be like, yo, this isn't fair because blah, blah, blah. Now, within 14 days after debtor's counsel's response or objection to creditor's fee affidavit, counsel for creditor and debtor shall confer. So you have to confer by phone in a good faith effort to reach agreement on the amount of attorney fees and costs, if any, to be awarded. Okay. So you guys should talk about if the parties are unable to reach agreement on the amount of attorney fees and costs after conferring in good faith, counsel for creditors shall file a request for the court to rule on the papers or schedule a hearing to determine the appropriateness of the amount of the award. Man, they should definitely work something out before that happens. You know what I mean?
Right.
They don't want counsel rolling in and or court rolling in and saying, you know what, counsel, you couldn't work out something. No, that's just no, not at all. So the court retains jurisdiction to enforce the terms of its order and to determine the amount of attorney fees and costs. Again, the court ultimately decides. Even if you work out something, the court ultimately gets to decide about that. I think that's fair too. So counsel for creditor and counsel for debtor are required to confer in good faith, including by telephone where practical, and before seeking court intervention on future discovery issues. Consistent with, again, you guys need to talk it out. Of course, there. That would make sense. I think the court is going to get real pissed off about Lynette not what she did when she walked out. Because it's stuff like this. It's like, hey, you guys need to confer. Well, they did. In fact, they went out of their way to make sure that we all knew that everything, with that, it supposedly was it was gonna go well. They agreed on it. They were gonna have a hearing there. They were gonna have Depot there. It was all gonna be gravy, baby. Also, if Lynette would have just said, that would all be over. That's the wildest part of this. If Lynette would have just eaten pride and set for it, it'd be done.
Oh,
but
exactly.
Done. So they're like, hey, you guys, you need to confer on everything, and that's done and ordered. So again, look at that. This is crazy. Look how much this court sat down and talked here. This is nuts. This court, that one footnote though, where they're talking about, hey, maybe she's trying to dodge this. That remains to be seen. Was it this page? Yeah, I mean, this sentence right here is crazy. This is saying the court is watching you. I don't know. What do you think about that, man?
It's absolutely insane. I know that, but yeah, I agree with you. This stuff is it's getting crazier. I'm waiting on the judge.
Pearhead is within 20 people. Within 20. Come on, man. If you get in there, 20 of you. If you get in there, he will be over 5,000. And you know what? These people, the Fats, have been saying forever that this guy's a loser. He will never do anything. Well, you know what? If he's a loser with 5,000 and they can't get anywhere near it, what does that say about them? So let's get this loser over that number. Oh, my God. That is
now
so
you
fun.
asked my opinion on this right here. I think from day one, they've been everything that we have been watching over the past few years is always delay. Yep. And this is the first time I think that a judge is actually seeing it.
Yep.
No other cases. Yeah. And I,
Well,
man,
you know,
this one, I love this motion. I can't wait till the next one the judge puts out from when she walked out. I can't wait for that.
that should have been called out. You know, and when they were dealing with all the crazy in Fed 1, and you have Bubbles sitting out here in the public bragging about how their win is delaying justice. That right there should have been something that a court took very seriously because, you know, justice, remember the old saying, justice delayed is justice denied. Now I realize it's talking about the court, it's talking about, you know, law enforcement, et cetera, but still, that motto matters, you know. When you're out there delaying, they should be doing something about it. Man, I'm telling you, I bet you he's within 15 subscribers. So get out there, folks. Again, there is a link for Just Jay. He's in the description. Get that boy over $5,000. So then, like I said, they want to call him a loser. What are they saying about themselves? I love it.
Now you got to remember, there was one of these lawyers, you know, that boasted openly that he delayed the court for 5 months.
Yep, 5 months, man. 5 freaking months.
And ever since that, it's been nothing but delay. Look at that. Look
right
at
there,
that.
man. We are so close. So again, we flip that sucker over. Like that says, he's within, he's within 19 for sure, but I'm sure it's a lot less than that. So he's got to be very close. So again, link description, just click on it. Again, you don't even have to mean it. Just do it. Just do it, you know? Okay, sorry. I just had to.
Oh, that's all right, man.
I love the fact that, again, he's so close. And it just makes me laugh at these folks because they have done their best to minimize Jay. Jay actually does a very good thing every time not every time they go live, though. He does a little thing called a flea cap. Now, those flea caps, people don't realize how on they are. Like, if you go and watch that show and then listen to his flea caps, all of the insanity and the stupid that he puts in there, all of the, and the believer, my believer's broken. Like, these people are really saying this dumb shit. Yeah, he's so spot on. Oh, it's so beautiful.
Holy shit. 499.
Dude, so he's within 10.
Yeah, he's less than 10. Well, within 10, yeah. Because I don't know.
So I mean, he could be. It's for sure a 9 or less. So we're gonna get him there tonight. We will get Jay.
All right, guys and gals, go activate your sock accounts. Okay, get on over there, sub to Jay. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Like I said, I like Jay. Ultimately, I'm joking about, again, I like that it, puts a little salt in some people's eyes, but ultimately I like seeing people like that succeed. I like us all when it's that rising tide, it rises all ships. It's not a competition, I guess. Everybody has their times and their when they're out there. Like you have your own time slot, I have my own time slot at night, etc., etc. So I'm happy to say I like everybody brings something different too. They all. I had somebody ask, like, well, why would you want different people and their opinion? Because a lot of times when you get enough people together, what you find out is that multiple people, they see things differently, and you start you catch things a lot of times that you would miss otherwise.
Go check it.
And that's really important.
Check it, Tug.
Oh man, is he over 5?
Checking, Tug.
Yeah, Just Jay, yeah, baby, he's over 5. I'm gonna message that sucker and tell him real quick. Give me a minute.
He greets me almost every morning with, "Hey, guys and gals, there's Black Coop," and he's always got a sack of bounce checks in his hand every morning. And I keep coming back. Why? Because I love the little shit. He makes me laugh.
Let's see, 5K, baby. It's done. All right.
Now, is he going to break out the lobster rolls for this celebration, or is he going to feed us all snack crackers?
Who knows? He's probably got something amazing. You remember how his wedding went online? That was a great one, So he usually doesn't disappoint with, the crazy and the stupid. Oh man! Now let me read you something. By the way, this is an actual freaking quote from the fans. This is about copyright. All right, give me 1 second here. So they said, we're not like going off and we're literally commenting on their videos. That is commentary, and that is also debunking. It's telling the truth. So with this, with this community, that's fair use. We're not sitting here destroying, her, Megan Fox, mocking, lying about her. We're just over here doing the things we're doing. What? First of all, commenting on what they're doing and commenting on their videos, that is actually what transcripts are for, right? So you're admitting, and I like this quote because you just admitted that that's fair use. So when people are talking about you and your endeavors with transcripts, 100%. I mean, how would they be commenting on things otherwise? That is exactly what it's for. Now, the thing that they don't understand, and I've tried to note this again and again and again, fair use doesn't consider, number one, whether something is nice. They don't look at the spirit of it, whether it's, the actual court said mean-spirited. So they don't look at it whether it's mean-spirited or not. So nicety doesn't matter. So when they're like, her mocking, well, it doesn't matter if she mocks you. That isn't a question that fair use asks. It also, and they're like, her lying. Well, first of all, she's not. But let's take it at that and say, hey, you know what else that doesn't look at fair use? It doesn't look at truthfulness. That's right. Truthfulness is not one of the corners of copyright. Oh my God. So when somebody's talking fair use, they're talking about that defense, it doesn't care if it's true or not. It doesn't care if it's mean or not. It just asks specific questions on the use. And these people are just going to throw their money in a bucket. And what's really funny about it, Fats, is the defense that will get used, the defense I know I would use, and if I would use it, I'm sure Megalodon's foe would go with it, is one that when you lose will require that you pay for lawyer fees. That would be something I would demand of my lawyer. And you notice how things like the bankruptcy have gone, Yeah. I would then sell my debt to one of the most aggressive mofos I could find out there. And it would be a lot of fun. So, let's see how that goes. I have a feeling that these idiots were talking like Gabe was high as hell last night and telling us about fair use. And it was the funniest thing I've ever heard. He was like, you can't go and upload an entire video. That's a violation of fair use. Oh my God. And it's like, yeah, no shit. You can't just upload an entire video from somebody else's channel. No shit. But what you can do is take snippets from it and look at it, and you can talk about it or laugh at it. You can comment on what somebody's doing. That is what fair use is about. In fact, the Fats have one of Megan Fox's. They have a short with her videos in it.
That's one of the things that drive me insane with these people. They sit there and they preach and preach and preach fair use. They, just like you said, they showed one of Megan's shorts, probably with no commentary over it. I wouldn't know. I didn't see it. But when other people do it,
well, not just that, they fatten her up and they do stuff. So they morph what she looks like while making sure that they kept her voice and everything else. So when they talk about the spirit of it, right? If they believe that mean-spiritedness is a problem, then again, you've seen the thumbnails and more that they make where they use it. You know, they're just like, we're just coming and out here. Yeah. To do that, you got to make her look fat, ran down, right? I mean, yeah, right. And again, you don't owe people nicety. I very much agree with that. Come on, let's get it on. But you know what? Don't sit out here and pretend that you're some victim of something when you absolutely, again, all you're going to do is throw these people's money away. And man, I hope these people, they demand a very in-depth accounting if these folks take money. Remember, they've already said money is theirs to do whatever. Again, we're talking about the barn dough. Like, they can't respect the barn donations and the people that donated to that. So how do you respect others out there? I've been contacted by multiple people that have given money to these folks, multiple people. And if they want to go, they were like, we'll take it to court. We'll talk about how she said I'm a scammer. Yeah, that'll be fun. That'll be a lot of fun. You know, taking in all the arguments with people like Only Me and all these other donors. Can you imagine how bad that would play in court?
Oh my God. It would be absolutely.
Can you wait a second? I'm gonna see what I think I hear the kiddo. I'm gonna make sure she's sleeping. Okay, so I'll be right back.
Yeah. Go right ahead. Go right. J Bean, congratulations, my man. I'm glad you hit 5K. Yes. Everybody in the chat, thank you so much for going over and supporting old JJ Bean. His comedy is not for everybody, but it is for old Coop, and I enjoy listening to his show each and every day. Him and Ketchup are just outstanding together. Yes, they are. I don't see how she stands hanging out with him, but hey, you know, she does a hell of a job with it. I actually, you know, like I said, I've told you guys before, I sit there and I listen to him every morning. And he just gets me going. He just gets me going. Oh, JJ Bean said, thank you, Coop, and thank you all. Right on. Thanks, everybody, for getting him over that hump. I can't wait to see what he does with his 5K party. Oh, yes, old Coop. All right, you back, brother.
You know what I should have done? I should have invited D over tonight, too. You know, D Spills.
Yeah.
I should have invited her on too, and it just slipped my brain for some reason. Hey, D, I should have invited you on. Next time Mr. Coop comes on, you need to come on too. You know?
You heard that, D. You heard that.
So. I like D Spills the Tea. You know, D Spills the Tea, again, very smart, very good finder of fact. Also, you know, very, very good at putting together these little breadcrumbs, you know, and again, getting the actual story that's out there. I think more of the bench and what has gone on with that whole thing has been discovered by her.
Yes.
Than really anyone. And her and Tizzy DeBounce. I think they put it, and again, that's not discounting people like Melissa, you know, freaking people like Mark who find pieces that are sitting there. It's just putting it all together.
And I can tell you, for a fact, D has put in hours upon hours over some of this stuff. I don't think I've ever met anyone that would spend as many hours as she has working on one particular thing. She has all the information. I'm hoping one day she releases it to the world, or planet, as Jeremy would say. But yeah, she's got a huge heart, man. She really does.
Oh my God. I forgot about something. You know, the crazy letters, man. I got another one like 3 days ago and I forgot about it. After I read that one with Megan, I forgot I got another one. Oh man, I found it in my my stuff that I saved away. It was so bizarre. I may save that for tomorrow when I'm like, really, wow, let's do it, you know. But you know what I thought was funny too? all of the J.
Oh, what the hell? I hit the wrong my keyboard. I've got on my keyboard when I hit the question mark.
Yeah.
It always plays that damn song, and I don't know how to stop it.
I was like, what the hell? That's loud.
I'm sorry.
I was looking through some stuff. Oh, you're good,
I was
man.
sending you a message, and I hit the question mark.
That's hilarious. I was pulling up the John thing, so I see that picture. Oh my God, that's fine. I'm gonna pull that picture of you here.
No, that's why I put it there, brother.
Okay, look at that. Oh, look at that. Just Jay is such a great guy. Look at him. Look at that. I mean, that is so cute. Look at him. That's the way he works every day. He makes sure that every single day that people like John Cook are fed. That's great. He clothes them. Oh, that is such a nice thing. I feel good about that. See, that's why we built Just Jay up. So he takes care. There's Just Jay. Look at him. Oh, he's modest. You notice that? You know what's really funny is that Just Jay there looks really, really like the picture right there on his avatar. It very much. Oh, they're so cute together.
Oh my goodness.
I like his prison. I like how it just crooks across the bottom. Oh, that's beautiful. Gosh, I like that. Jay will probably be very happy to know this, by the way. But while Crook and friends, they were out there, well, things like this is what they've been doing with his money. So here you can see that he's over in the 2Ls and he's sending them money. He's also over on coffee, sending donations. So yeah, Jay, I mean, apparently you're working for the 2Ls.
Now, people in the chat, they send you a lot of these things. Mm-hmm. So the people in the chat can attest how this is not cheap. Okay, no, these little gems cost money.
Yeah, well, regardless, again, the problem is, look, if you're on benefits or whatever, what you do is what you do. Okay, I'm not telling you what you can or cannot do. But these people, they tell us that they are so insolvent that they can't afford food. Man, they're going around, to places and they're begging. And yet, at the same time, while Lynette's out there begging, I mean, for real, if this guy is playing the role of daddy and he's supposed to be out there, helping, not forget Lynette if they can't agree on stuff. Again, all that money that was taken from a little girl. And yet here you have John Cook that is just donating to the very people that, well, according to Lynette, they didn't turn over shit.
Well, I agree with you. What people do with their finances, that's their own business. But when you're sitting there and you're cruising all over social media and you're trying to get the bleeding heart people to help you because you're feeding them these big lines of BS that I can't feed my family, I can't afford to do this. And then when you see that they're taking the little bit of money they have and they're giving it to an individual that literally owes them money.
Mm-hmm.
That is crazy.
It's and a lot of it. No, that took their money and won't come off a dime of it. I mean, that is absolute freaking sanity. I mean, Lynette, come on, man.
You got to ask yourself what goes through a person's mind that is literally going to give someone else money that owes them tens of thousands of dollars.
She's done. What's amazing is she's done 3 videos so far talking about these folks, and she noted that as far as stuff goes, where money has gone, she noted the same thing that we have. She said, "Okay, well, they got her a fence." Okay, again, the fence actually. Let's be clear on this too. They didn't pay for a fence. The donors did. So 2L didn't pay for shit. That's not her money. Again, that's other people's money. But they got her a fence. Okay. They say, again, that they had to pay for post cement. I'd not see how that would not be paid from all the extra money that was being given. But again, they say if it's not specifically earmarked for these people, that was their money. So when they were having funding drives to pick that up, that was them. So,
but the problem lies in the fact that a lot of this stuff was earmarked.
Yeah, it absolutely was. If I had a stream and I was like, man, you know what? Coop, he was ran over by a snowplow. Snowplow in the middle of July. It's a terrible freak thing, right? So you know what? Let's buy Coop some bionic legs, right? And I have this stream here, and people start giving money, for Coop's bionic legs. By the way, if you'd like to support the channel, if you'd like to support Coop's bionic legs. No, but I mean, if I started doing a stream about that, oh man, we're going to get Coop bionic legs, and people start getting money. Now, when people are giving that money, they're assuming that their money is going for your bionic legs, right? They're not just assuming unless they say in the chat for Coop's bionic legs that I'm going to keep it. So, I mean,
and then I'm walking around on stubbies.
Yeah, you can be exactly. You can be out there wrapped up worse than John Cook,
and I'm gonna keep all the money to himself.
Yeah. I mean, it is crazy though. So they have these streams, and they're talking about, oh, we almost got the money for this or that, and then you find out about it later on. You find out that actually didn't count. If you sent money during that stream and you didn't specifically say on that for the child, what happens, by the way, when a person sends $1? They can't leave a comment. So does that automatically become so you see the problems in all of this stuff? People will just send money. Like, let's send $5. But if you were like, man, right now, I think we need to make this happen or that happen. If a person drops $5, they don't leave a comment. Again, under their rules, that's my money.
That's insane. I mean,
that's wrong, man.
Like, say for instance, you're talking about, doing a thing to get me some legs, right? And your conversation on and off throughout the
saying that to make you talk about getting you some legs, by the way.
Get me some legs. but you're talking about it on and off through your whole show, right?
Mm-hmm.
And say for instance, you have 40 people, okay, send you money, and say 30 of them just send you money for that, but don't say it's for Coop's bionics legs.
Look, Travis here, by the way, knows he is prosthetic leg. He knows they're expensive. He had man. You should listen one day. You should hear Travis tell some stories. Wild stuff. Anyway, go ahead, man.
I watch all of his comments that he puts out there.
Yeah.
My favorite part of your show is the. I mean, it's one of my favorite parts.
I love
when
going
you
through
do the comments, all the super chats at the end of the show. I love that because it makes me feel like I know the people just as much as you do, reading their stuff and listening to you talk to them. I love it. But yeah, the bionic legs, if you're talking about it through the whole show and you have 30 people that send you money, but they don't say, hey, these are for the legs for Coop, but know that that's what it's for.
Right.
Okay. Because you've been talking about it throughout the whole show. So how would you be able to live with yourself if you turned around and said, you know what? Because you didn't say these were for Coop's bionic legs, I'm just going to keep the money and run down to CC Pizzas and get me some food.
How would imagine if it was like this. It was like, hey, you know what? Coop has a little kid and is currently homeless, because you're living in a box in the middle of the Florida heat. And I was like, hey, what would be great? We could get Coop a home and raise all that money. And then I come out and say, you know what? Even though we had these streams, they weren't really streams. You were gifting money to me to do whatever I wanted with it. Now, I don't know about you, but that makes a person look like a reprehensible piece of shit.
Yeah, it does. It does. But the thing that really chaps me about all this, is the fact that there is no remorse, I guess you could say, for everything that's been said and done by certain individuals when they've collected thousands and thousands of dollars in someone else's name.
Well, they also they act like when they were talking about the stress of dealing with her and all this, when they were talking about all of that, number one, it doesn't matter what kind of piece of shit she is. You know what I mean? She's difficult. She's always been difficult. So hey, you know what she was like getting into that. And number two, when you collect money, you don't get to say, well, I collected money like months ago, but this person gets on my nerves now, so that's actually all my money. That's not the way it works.
I've never given them people any money. Okay. And I don't plan on ever giving them any money. But if I was one of those people that gave them money.
Oh, look at that. Your legs, dude, for bouncing jack. Bad fin. Like dude's legs. Look at that.
See, I told you every day he greets me with loving arms. Black Coop's here with his bag of bounce checks.
Well, I was really horrified to hear about, Lynette trying to sell you.
I was talking about that when you were taking care of Bug earlier.
Oh man, that's crazy. Have you all seen that? I mean, it's pretty crazy. I didn't realize that Coop, you were in that much danger.
Yeah, I mean, and it's cheap on top of that. I mean, I'm feeling kind of lonely over here. I'm only worth like $200.
I hate that she's going to keep you with a bunch of chickens. That's really weird. Is that some kind of strange fetish or something? I mean, here, like, check this out, folks. And this really does scare me. So here's the post we were talking about. Check this out. She's like, 10 chickens, hens, and large coop. She's calling you fat, dude. That's fat shaming.
Yeah.
God, dude, large coop. You portly bastard. I'm going to sell you too.
Oh, now you're feeding Jay more material.
And a nest box. A large coop and nest box. Oh my gosh.
I will tell you, the nesting boxes are pretty cramped when I try and climb in them.
I'm sure that's got to be strange. We were talking about this. So I went to the pet store the other day. I was talking to a guy that works down there. He was talking about pets, or like what he has and whatever. And he went through like a short list of what he had, and he said 75 chickens. And he was like, do you want a dozen? He said, yeah, I got 75 chickens. You want a dozen? I'll give them to you. He was very serious.
Wow.
So, yeah, chickens, for them, trying to sell that many chickens, that they don't sell easy. You can get chickens. You can kind of just find them, if you're looking around.
Oh yeah. Mama, she surfs Facebook all the time. She finds chickens everywhere. But somebody did bring up a good question in the chat. How is she selling stuff during a bankruptcy?
Well, she can. Okay, so money can be collected during a bankruptcy.
Okay.
They can look at it and see if you can sell things off depending on what they are, but again, there is the question of like where that money is going, who that money belongs to. I mean, that can be brought up too. If creditors notice that you're selling off stuff, that absolutely can be brought up, and it can have a court look at it, and depending on the legitimacy of it, again, that can run you into some very, very heavy problems. So can you sell things? Yes. Can you ask for money during things? Yes. Actually, Lynette Preston, where she was asking for money, she can do that. She absolutely can do that. She stopped doing it. And I wondered, when she first puts up a video and says that she's asking for $4,500. So again, we'll look at all these videos tomorrow. We'll look at what was said.
Now, what was the $4,500 for? Did
she ever say? Permits. Yeah, she said permits. Yeah.
That much?
Yeah, that's what she said. So
holy cow.
Let's see. She said, She was talking about blueprints need. Give me a second, I can call. So she said, here, I'll pull this up. Like I said, I'll go over all this in depth tomorrow, but this is what was being stated. So she's saying, you know, we got blueprints, they need to be updated, et cetera, you know, and we need perm. So she said that I've got to raise $4,500. That will pay for the permits. It'll pay for the blueprints to be updated and fixed. So she said at first, in her first thing, that $4,500. That's where her money, you know, she needs that. Now in her second, then she takes that one down. Interestingly, she decides to pull that one down. And I thought at first maybe that was lawyer advice, but she said no. I haven't talked to my lawyer. I'm going to talk to him soon. And then after doing that, she puts up a very short video today. And she says, you know, I'm going to be deleting that last live. It seems like every time I do a little live now, I'm threatened. I'm not going to say by who. I'm not going to say how. I'm going to say it is starting to really scare me that I'm having to live like this on top of everything else. So I will be deleting. I mean, that, who else could be threatening her?
That's scary. I mean,
again, Lynette, for real, are you talking about, there are only a couple of people I can think about. Are you talking about John Cook? Are you talking about 2L? My money's on 2L, but
well, she did say in the video she deleted that people that were friends are now messing with her. So
yeah. Oh yeah. She's again noting. I think that they get Lynette. You got to remember that they may have something on you, but you have to remember they're scared of you. You got something on them too. You have something big. Now she promised she's going to put everything in a video. I hope you do that. I hope you put together an hour-long video and you talk about these folks, because again, you talk about Jeremy Hales and how he is this, that, and the other. Well, Jeremy Hales doesn't pretend to be your friend. He didn't tell you to go and to file bankruptcy and to lose everything. You know, he brought cases against you in court. Well, you can agree or disagree with those, but at the end of the day, if you lost that, you would still have your property. And what you're saying, if you truly believe that this was going to be your legacy for your child, then it isn't Jeremy Hills that took away your legacy. It's the people that did not complete the barn dough. It's the people that talked you into filing bankruptcy. They're the people that removed your legacy for your child.
See, a lot of people don't realize that she brought this bankruptcy on herself. Mm-hmm. Jeremy's just a creditor. Okay. Mm-hmm. And the adverse bankruptcy thing that they filed was not to sue her. They want information for the bankruptcy. He's not suing her. It's her bankruptcy. They're just trying to get information for the bankruptcy because he's a creditor.
They also, nobody made these people go out and mock Hales, though. It wasn't just they did it. They said they raised $6,000 from people out there in the crowd, just regular freaking people. And they told them at the low price of $6,000 dues, they would be able to bring on a lawyer or a law firm that would handle 4 cases, 4 of them.
Yeah.
So they promised that, you know, so they raised this money. Then out of the blue, they find out, well, the plan actually, it wasn't for lawsuit. It wasn't for that. It was to file bankruptcy. Now, there were a lot of people that gave money that were pissed off about that. They were like, we've been lied to, you know, because these folks, they were cheering it on how, haha, we played Jeremy, we played all these people. And those people were like, yeah, you played us too, you know. And
it's insane, Tug. But I do want to point out something, though. You know, Lisa's always patting herself on the back.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people have to realize that money didn't come from Lisa. That money came from her audience for everything. You know what I'm talking about? All of the lawyers that have been paid for, the little bit of chump change that she's given Lynette and them for wood, you know, or bought wood, you know. None of this was her money. It was all her audience's money. She just facilitated with her hand out.
Yep. Well, they act like they've created some kind of miracle in this woman's life. And again, you know, they put up this ghastly fence. All right, Lynette, you can. I get that Lynette, after they called her ungrateful, that she wants to appear grateful about the fence. I get that, but that fence is a fucking eyesore. They didn't do what they were supposed to do on it. You know, they half-assed the fence. They didn't stain it. They didn't do a lot with it. So it was nice of people to pay for it, sure. But ultimately, at the end of the day, she didn't get what they were promised. I mean, that to me, that's maddening, you know. But
now, can you remember when they put that fence up? I think it was at the beginning of last year, wasn't it?
I don't know. Melissa would be the person to ask for like that right there. That would be her question.
We can safely say it hasn't been 2 years.
Oh no, God no.
And have you seen the fence lately?
Yeah,
the weather is starting to take its toll on it.
Mm-hmm. It's not treated. It's not stained.
Exactly.
I mean, they didn't do anything. What amazes me with that is you have people that were connected to putting that together that supposedly know what they're doing. You know?
Right.
And did they? I mean, really? Yeah.
Now, I want to make it perfectly clear. I have an old, nasty wooden fence that runs down one side of my yard, okay, that I've been meaning to take down for years, but I'm not going to do it until after the house is paid for. Right. But I don't have a 7-year-old child running around my yard, okay? So my fence ain't hurting nobody.
Right. Well, I mean, ultimately, the promise that came with it, they built a fence that you could still see over when you drive down the road. You know, all they had to do, they didn't have to try. All they had to do was just put their arm up with a camera, you know, and they'd see right over it very easily. You could see it from those original pictures. So to fix that, they hefty bagged the top of the fence, which is you know, it's the most god awful thing I've ever seen.
The big black sail.
Yeah. It's like, yar, I'm a pirate. I'm like, no, you're not a pirate, dude. Yeah, well, look at me. I'm on the SS garbage bag. I mean, come on, man.
That property is all lower than the road. And it's kind of interesting when you look at that property. The road for that side of the road is lower than the road is. But yet when you look at the Tubetown side of it, it's about even.
Yeah.
So it's kind of marshy down in there, and back behind it, from what I've seen on aerial photos, it's really marshy back there.
Yeah.
That's
so I mean, it looks like they live in a flood zone. That's what it looks like from the way it's set up. Now, Lynette, though, that was a lot of money just to put together a fence. But okay, whatever. They could have done it much better. Like, for all the money that was put in, you know, they could have done a lot. But what surprised me was hearing 2L talk about it. Because when they discuss that project, they talk about, well, we put up a fence, and then they talk about all this other money that was earmarked for it. You know, she's talking about tens of thousands of dollars that are earmarked for this fence that didn't go into it. But afterwards, hey, fence complete, therefore my money. That's not how that money was given to that family. That's still their money. It should either be given to them in cash or it should roll over to the barn, you know?
Well, you got to remember, there were certain individuals that so-called volunteered to help build that. So in my opinion, a volunteer is someone that doesn't get paid for what they're doing.
Yeah, that's supposed to be what a volunteer. That's what it insinuates, that I volunteer my time. Therefore, it doesn't say, I do this thing and you pay me. I mean, otherwise, that's what we call what is it? Oh yeah, job. That's what that is. It's a job. But on top of it, they were also given money for things like food. Somebody paid for something like, hey, why don't you have food catered for everyone that's there? And they gave them, good money for it. So they had a lot of money come in on top of all of that too. They got hooked up as well. They made tens of thousands of bucks as well, through all of this time too. It's just they burnt. Look at all of the donors that have been burned. Look at all the people who aren't coming back. And anybody who talks about it, again, a thing I would definitely bring up in court is the fact that when people talk about that, what's the reaction from these people? They attack, like again, donors. Oh, look, fence donor, that's a drunk. This person's all this, and they attack their character. They attack, oh, he only made disruptive. He's an ass. And, who cares? Like all these things, they don't matter about money. And what were they doing wrong? Well, they were asking questions. Again, how many people? How many times? Oh, anyway, let's do some
shit. Right on. Let's go.
What were you going to say? Then I cut you off.
Oh, I was just going to tongue tied. I was just going to reassure everybody once again, the donors, the actual people that donated the money, that's the people that should be thanked, not Lisa. Okay. Yeah. All she did was facilitate, and put a story out there.
Dude, if I do something for somebody, I don't expect them to kiss my fucking feet for it. It's like this. And unless you're Just Jay, I expect you to kiss my feet. No, I'm just kidding. No, but for real. I mean, if you do something for a person, you do it or you don't. Like during the beer bug, you remember how people couldn't get basic needs, like baby formula, for example. They had specific types of what is that stuff called? That powdered Similac. Yeah, so people could not get that in areas. So what we did is we would mail out. We mailed out. I mean, anybody that was around there will remember. We were mailing out stuff like that. We actually were doing toilet paper. You're a toilet paper insanity. So we ended up getting, I don't know, hundreds and hundreds of packages of toilet paper that people and we just send them out, and you do that, and you're not doing it for great job. You just do it because that's a decent thing to do. But some people, that isn't why they do it. So anyway, let's do some
right on.
Supers. What's up, Stacy? Dropped 400 joules. Thank you. The eagle, baby. I like those little eagles. Those are cool. Appreciate it. Hey, Max, thanks for too. Wow, time I redirect personally. Well, appreciate that. Appreciate it. Thank you. Hey, what's up? I'm too old for this. I like that name. Thanks for the 800 joules, baby. Turn it up. That's right. Turn it up. I saw that come in. I like it. Alice, thank you for the silver star there. Thank you. We have Lisa, thank you for the flower. Thank you, Lisa. Those are nice too. What's up, Jay Beba? Thank you for the silver star. Alice, thank you for the floating heart. Love those. Judy, gold coin in it. That's right. Thank you. Suzanne dropped 440 on the Uncle Arts. I love those. It's like your uncle. Oh no, he's breathing. Did say thank you for the. That's awesome. Thank you for the flow state. 200 joules. Thank you for that. Appreciate you. Mary, what's up? Thanks for the 6 months. It's been longer than 6 months, but hey, man, 6 months, 6 months, Mr. Cooper, 9 months this morning. Hey, I know many of you. That is not an indication of how long you've been around or anything else. But you know what? The 6 month, that says a lot. So thank you. Donna dropped 600 joules. Thank you. Mic drop. That is a mic drop. Thank you. Alice, thanks for the sparkles there. Appreciate that. Gemma dropped a silver star. Thank you for that. Oh, what's up, Zipper? Thank you for the flow state. Got that 200 joules on. Thank you. Hey, what's up, my friend? Thank you for the sparkles there. Appreciate that. Zay, what's up? What is that? Afri Angel, thank you for the marshmallow high. I appreciate that. 100 joules. Thank you. Alice, thanks for the thumbs up. Thank you. Sue, thanks for the floating hard. Nugget Beeswax, floating hearted me as well. Thank you. Sue, prop that thumbs up. D spills the tea. There you go. Talk about stealing a co-host. Indeed. Thanks for the vibe. I should have thought, though. I should have really had D on. I think that would have been a lot of fun. I just wasn't thinking. I don't know. I also did want to, like I said, congratulate Mr. Coop, though, on his remonetization. That had to be really stressful, yeah.
Well, the thing that got me though the most was not wanting to give up, because there were times I'm like, yeah, just take the day off. Why? I'm not gonna, make anything. The monetization's not there as far as the ad stuff, and I'm like, and then I snap out of it and say, nope, I'm not letting these people down. I'm gonna show up. It's the chat that kept me going.
The other part of that is too, you're still caught up on everything that's going on. You didn't take a 90-day hiatus.
Right. And look at what all has come out in this 90 days.
God, I can't even, this stuff moves so crazy. Like when a month, like when I just look back a month, sometimes I think, man, didn't that happen like a year ago? No, that happened a couple of weeks ago. I mean,
think about it. Just this week alone, we've gotten 6 or 8 motions in 2 different hearings. We got bankruptcy, and then we got Fed 2.
Dude, and we've got all that stuff that's going on with all the lips filings recently.
Yeah, I haven't even touched the surface on that.
No, I haven't even had a chance. I mean, she's filed so much stuff recently that how do you even keep up with it? I mean, it's crazy. You just have to pick and choose and hope for the best,
Oh yeah. We were talking about that the other day. There's so many fingers that are off of this, You got all these court hearings and all these motions and all the different characters that are involved with it. It takes a village to keep track of all of this. Just one person can't do it by themselves.
That's why I appreciate, everybody when we shout them out. And again, this is not inclusive in any way, shape, or form. But I mean, people like Allison who spend a lot of time, grabbing. Those screenshots. I look at them a lot. It keeps the temperature of what they're doing with the chat. You can see them getting the chat worked up and saying these people are the bad people. That's what they do, essentially. That's all that show does. And then they're like, by the way, let me hawk you some peen rocks or whatever.
It's crazy, Doug.
It is. It's like it reminds me of when you ever read 1984, the book?
No. Saw the movie.
Yeah, well, in
that's the same
movie
one I'm thinking of.
Yeah, well, in the movie too, they have they have their hate. What was it, like 5-minute hate, or I can't remember how long it was. When they sit around, for X amount of time, though, everybody in unison, they have to outshout the other person around them, saying that person there, they're that. We hate this person, because if they don't do that, then everybody around them they start to question their loyalty to the party. And it reminds me of these people in their chats. They all have to sit there and they have to outshout one another about who this bad guy of the moment is, even if it's people they were friends with yesterday. And I don't understand that. After a while, I would start to question that. I would also question the logic of throwing in, if you told me in order to hate Jeremy Hales, I have to throw in with felons. I have to throw in with disbarred attorney, people who have lost their license, they're liars, false accusers, and more. I have to throw in with that crowd in order to dislike somebody. I'd have a real problem with that. I've never understood that. What were you saying? Sorry.
I just said most definitely. I'm listening to you.
No, I'm just a talking machine, sir.
Oh, look what was sent to me by one of the fans out there. See the avatar?
Oh yeah. I saw somebody that sent that, and I hadn't had a chance to pull that up yet. But somebody sent that over.
They said they sent it to you. I'm not going to. They emailed it to me, so I'm not going to divulge their personal name.
Right.
But they know who they are. Thank you very much for it. It is awesome. I like that.
What's up? Hey, thank you for that silver star, by the way. Thank you. 2012. Thanks for the 2. Can't walk away. Judge won't let him out. Yeah, we'll see, depending on what she does. You're like, hey, I can't control my client anymore. She's out there. She's lying to me. She's doing this and that. Oh, yeah. You may have she may create a reason that allows him to walk away. That'll be the issue there. 2012 too. There are some clients you can't control. Yeah, unfortunately, there's a control difference. And then there's if she tries to keep him on that leash, or if a court does again, I think that he probably knows quite a bit about the games they're playing. And if he really wants out, I bet he can get out. Phyllis, thank you for the floating heart. Appreciate that. I appreciate you too, 2012. Bridget, thank you for the silver star. Anna, thank you for the silver star. Thank you there. Appreciate you. Puzzler, thank you for the habit poop. That sounds so terrible, by the way.
Every time I see that come up in the chat, it says happy poop. I'm like,
yeah,
it's bringing my name.
Yeah. What's sad is they don't come up with good names on the anti. Like if I were going to make fun, they were like, oh, poop. I would call you like Cooper Scooper or something. I'd have some fun name. But they never any good about it. I mean, even if they always go to poop or something, man. If they were going to do that, they could have had some creative names, but.
Well, there is that whole issue of the 8th grade education mentality. So we'll just let it go at that.
Let's ask let me ask ChatGPT. Let's see. ChatGPT. What are some funny names I could call someone named Coop?
Why'd you come up with some off the wall stuff?
Yeah, who knows? Some of them are probably really stupid. Let's see. Oh God. Yeah, they did put in chicken coop. There it is.
Oh, really?
Like this one, like instead of whoop, there it is. They were like coop, there it is. I like that one. That one actually was funny. Oh God, some of these are really like 2nd grade insults though. I'm going to go through them. I'm going to find a really good one. I'm going to find you a really good one. And then I'm going to mail it back and forth. And I'm going to call you that from now on. I'm going to find something that's really funny. Emmy, what's up, Emmy, by the way? Appreciate it. It's 50, bro. Thank you. I've missed you and Megan live all week. Been working out of town. Very busy week, but was able to bring several. I was like, oh, well, hey, you know what? In life, first of all, what is a priority. The stuff is up there. You can watch it on the replay if you want to. You're always welcome. We appreciate you. We love you too. And you know what? Thank you for making my nights better with the laugh. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. I love laughing at these people. I love it. I love just laughing at stuff. You know, that's the difference too. I don't have to, I do get irritated sometimes. I would think Coop's probably the same way, you know, when we look at the circumstances, like with the child, you know, the 10 by 15 thing, that doesn't make me angry inside, but I'm not I'm invested in laughing at the stupid that these people do. I don't know them personally, nor would I ever want to know them personally. And the stuff that they do on you laugh at them. Now I do get irritated too. I saw the stuff they aimed at, like Mark, for example, you know, for the sin of the transcript, they doxed where he lived. They essentially threatened him, threatened family. I mean, it was crazy. He put up, did you see the transcript portions of that, by the way, where he,
which one?
Where they went after Mark.
I haven't read them yet. I do have them. I just have not.
God, you should look at that. You should look at that. It's awful, nasty stuff. And I mean, there's the way that they do it, the way they try to play coy. Again, they say they don't do stuff like that, of course, all the time, but they know where he's at, and their threat is, oh, maybe we need to go to this. Well, let's just say maybe we need to go to this one place that, you know, they're threatening. They're threatening to do. If you or I were to do that, oh my God, they'd be calling the police and everything else, you know?
Right on.
2012, thanks for that. Saran Wrap could face deuce level sanctions. Yeah, that's why he's tried to be on his best behavior lately. You know, I think that's the real issue. Like,
who needs Chat GPT when you got the chat? Oh my God, you got these guys going.
Ooh, they have any good ones?
Crazy stuff.
Come on, let's see some good ones. Let's see. Yeah, the Coop DeVille came up. I saw that one. Super duper Cooper. Super duper Cooper. I just like that. That's funny. Yeah, there's some funny ones there.
So I'm taking it the 800 joules for Husky. That must have been a little dog.
That's yeah. And thank you very much, Lisa. You know what I love too? I love people taking that. See, I like to call them 2L. I don't like to put it on their names because I know some people with that specific name that are amazing people, and I'm glad there are people taking all these names back. You know, right. I mean, when one person alone has 47 names or whatever, we need to take them back. So, and thank you for that, Husky, that and the 800 joules. That's awesome. Sheila, thank you for the 100 joules there. High five, yeah, slap it out. Stay safe. Thank you for the 550 joules. Oh yeah, I like the stay hydrated one too. Little hydrant. I think that's cool. What's up, Blue Eyes? I hope you are doing fantastic today, by the way. Drop 5 gifted memberships on us. Heck yeah. Thank you for that. Much appreciated too. Thank you, Blue Eyes. Always appreciate you. 2012. Thanks for the 2. Oh yeah, Coop. This is to help Tug sue Megan. That's right. Not for your bionic legs. It's for that.
Yeah, you've only collected what? You're still needing what? $39.99 to finish off that lawsuit, that money.
Now, actually, you know, I am confused though, because here's something I am confused by. Some of these people over there have been saying that they saw the video with, you know, they're talking about the supposed video with Jeremy Leslie, right? If they've seen it, why are they raising money to get it?
Yeah, I mean, I thought they had it.
Yeah, I mean, they're talking about it. Again, it's amazing. Like I said, they told us that there was this horrific. You remember that? You know,
right,
there was like
yeah.
They have a video of him SAing. I was like, that's a terrible claim. They rolled with that for a long time. Then it suddenly becomes, well, they have a video with him and her together at a store. I was like, wait a minute. You know?
Now, remember, it's a video that they can't even make out if it's actually Jeremy Hale's.
We'll see. We'll see if there's a video. We'll see it's there too. And you know what? If they pump up a video and say, "Look, that's them around each other," I'm like, that is not what you claimed. You claimed some horrendous shit, and they went public with it. They talked about his all kinds. Again, false accusers are some of the worst pieces of shit in the world, because real victims out there, they suffer and people will not believe them. And
well, you remember the pitch black video they put out of saying it was Jeremy Hale stealing a memorial? You couldn't even tell who it was, what it was. You couldn't tell the color of the truck or nothing.
Like I said, they said when they were like, why don't y'all go out there and FOIA this? I was like, because you can't FOIA a video of SA. Oh, it's not that. And like, what? Wait a minute, what? I thought you said it was. Just move the goal. And any moron that sits around there, I think they ask themselves, again, it's like the school thing. Like, we keep hearing about it again. They resurrected that again. But when it started out, don't these people remember when they said there was this panic in a school? It shuts down an entire school district. 3,000 kids, they're denied an education. All these teachers were panicking. You know, there was insanity going on. The police had to get involved. Then we see a police report, and there's like, yeah, there was a call. And they alleged there was some, there was an email that had a link. I was like, wait a minute, that's not what you said. I mean, it was so bad when they claimed it. Like Rosalind Duke, you know, right after all this was claimed, wrote, because she was like, whoa, these people are claiming that there was a school district shut down and all this other stuff. And the principal's like, yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. But yeah, you know, believe these people. They totally, anything, you know. Anyway, I don't know. I just really dislike these people.
It's craziness.
But, well, a false accusation, these people are hell bent on ruining Hale's life. Hell bent on it. And it's something, you know. It is something. So anybody that is linked up with liars and things, again, there's a person over there that somebody was like, hey, you see that person? Yeah, I'm just gonna call him person X. Yeah, that person just got out of jail. Why? Because they drowned their best friend. Fun times. Wow. Why'd they do that? Oh, they got angry about some shit and they took it too far. Oh, fun. Great people. MA, by the way, these are great people. And thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you for those too. Gifted memberships mean the world. So thank you. I appreciate you. Blue eyes. Man, all you guys appreciate you. AJ's World. Thank you for the gold coin. Thank you for that. Fallen Hero. Thank you for the gifted membership. Thank you, Fallen Hero. And thank you for being here, my friend. Appreciate the heck out of you. Yeah, man. Drop that happy poop too. That sounds terrible. I don't ever want to say drop the happy poop. That's terrible. What's up, Joe? Thank you for 250 jewels. Got that clapping seal on. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Just J Hip. Thanks for the 5. It's very hard to choose which side to root for. Well, yeah, when the losers fight amongst themselves. That is very true. That is very, very true. Ale, thank you for the 15 months. Hey, Tom, Mr. Coop, love the show. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. That is awesome. I appreciate you being here too, Mr. Coop. Thank you, brother. Jack,
right on.
Thanks you for the vibe there. Police's health issues aren't Lynette's fault. That arrest video shows that Felicia couldn't even walk to the tree for shade. Yeah, that's very true. She needs that as proof. That's right. Just to blame her, though. I mean, you know, what they want to do is they want to make Lynette a villain. And that is what they're doing. And they do it well. They did it before. You had people talking about, they were talking about calling you wellness checks. They were saying they were going to call CPS and stuff. Lynette said that they did. So maybe we should talk about that again, Lynette, too. Rebecca, thanks for the gold coin. Hey, Just Jay, thanks for the 5. Lisa even invited me to hang out with Ray at Gates' birthday. But look at that, man. Even Just Jay was invited. Isn't that beautiful?
Oh, wow.
Yep.
So are they going to start raising money for poor old Jay?
Well, if I would have known, we'd have got him some travel expense so he could have hung out, you know? Would be
Oh,
great.
yeah.
Rebecca,
I'd have
thank
pushed,
you for
I'd
the
have pushed
flower.
that. Go ahead.
Yeah,
I'm
you
sorry.
for real. Thank you, Rebecca, by the way. Much appreciated. Woe is me. Drop that flower too. Thank you, woe is me. Appreciate that. Sheila, thank you for the silver star. Rogue, what's up, Rogue? Thanks for the 2 there. Appreciate you. You know, me too. Remember, I rode with Jay and the caddy. Oh, yeah. Got to bust out the caddy. Mike, thank you for the thumbs up. Heck yeah. Thank you, Mike. Bonnie, thanks for the $5. Thank you, Bonnie. Appreciate you. Felisa admitted that the money was for LP by saying all donors said to use the money for something. That is absolutely true, Bonnie. That is a great point there. When she says to use the money for something else, that is admitting that the money was initially intended for something aside from Lisa, right? I mean, she's got to beg the donors to let her use it for a car or whatever. Well, that says it wasn't her money, doesn't it? That is a very good point.
It is.
Nina's mom, thanks for Tug. She wanted me to find her a lawyer, Youngsville, to go after 2L. She wants others to do for her. Yeah, well, I mean, that's you know, that's a good point. When she asks people, do it, you have to do for self. You know, you have to figure out, you know, if you're wanting to sue people, like, again, you don't have to sue 2L. That's the beautiful thing about it. You go to the feds or whomever, they become your lawyer. You know that, right? And they will be forced into restitution. Now, they've probably been all your money, but if they get the feds going on the door, oh, I bet you start seeing the free flow if there's any money left. I bet you see it real fast.
Oh, speaking of feds, you really talking about feds? FBI, open up! There you go.
That's hilarious. Becky, thanks for the my youngest daughter turned 18. Heck yeah. 2 adults in the house. I know that's got to be weird. That's got to be weird to have your daughter. But you know what? One beautiful thing about that, out of anything else, is, well, you get this. Happy birthday! That's right. Birthday song. Heck
From
yeah.
both of us to you.
Happy birthday!
May all your dreams come true. Happy birthday! We love to have you here. Happy birthday!
Man,
Here's
18 is
to
amazing.
another
year. Productive, healthy, vibrant years. That's a great age, man. It is weird to see a kid like aging up. My kid hasn't gotten to there, but my daughter this year turns 13, and it's so strange to see that little bitty kid, you know, turning into a teenager. Don, thank you for the thumbs up. Thank you for that. Appreciate you. MQS, thanks for the vibe. I would buy that Jay got a pack of red Marlboros and a Bic lighter. But here you go. Well, you know what? Maybe I would actually. I don't think you could buy a Marlboro Red pack anymore for $5.
No.
I think they're like $10. I think I saw, you know, and that's here. I can't even imagine what they cost in like a New York or something. But here, I think they're like $10 a pack. Something crazy. They're like cigar prices. It's like, holy crap. James, thanks for the floating heart. Thank you, James. And thank you for the silver star. Thank you for that. Firestarter. Thank you for the gold coin. Thank you too. Appreciate that. Cindy. What's up, Cindy? Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. Thank you, Cindy. That is awesome and much appreciated. Thank you. Lisa Lee smells like pee. Thank you for the $5 there. I got banned off Lisa's channel for just saying hi. I can't figure out why they banned me. I don't know. I mean, you actually shout her out. You shout her out with a good name, and your name's a question, right? It says might. So, I don't know. Just Jay, thanks for the 5. I got kicked out of Flea's chat just for being too entertaining. I'm sure they were not used to that. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure you got booted real fast. Actually, Jay Jay's one of their biggest supporters. That's one of the weird things. They're like, he's damaging me. How is he damaging you? He watches your show with bated breath. A real ride. Thanks for the tip. Flay says chicken skins are coming home to roost. Maybe she should buy those chickens from 2L.
Yeah. Now here you go, Tug.
Yeah.
New York, $14.83 for a pack of Marlboro cigarettes.
God, that's crazy. Silver Fox drops that mic drop 600 joules. Thank you there. That is awesome. I can't believe $15 for a pack of cigarettes. Man, that's crazy.
Now you're right beside Tennessee, or North Carolina's right beside Tennessee, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, you're getting it for $8 to $8.50 in North Carolina.
Yeah, Tennessee. I mean, like I said, I haven't looked because I don't smoke. But,
right.
I remember when I was young, like when I was a teenager, first of all, they'd sell those things anywhere. And I'm definitely not encouraging smoking when I talk about this. But I could remember being like a kid. I'd ride my bike up to the convenience store and they would sell me cigarettes, knowing they weren't going to anyone else. They were going to me, Oh,
yeah.
And they would sell them for, I think they were 80-something cents. Now,
my mom smoked and she'd send me across the street to get them all the time. Try it now. Try it nowadays.
Ooh, my mama caught me one time smoking. Holy crap. I was outside. I thought I was so cool. I went outside. We had these 2 barns over by the property. And I was sitting out there. I'd been smoking before and it was cold. And I was really cold. So I was hiding out. And I saw the bus. It was coming down the road and I could see it a ways away. So I ran up to go grab my stuff. And my mom, she pops up. Now, I hadn't expected my mom to be there. So I was like, oh man, I got to hurry because I'm going to smell like smoke. But she walks over and she's like, hey, tell me bye. So I'll walk over. And when I go to say something, I'm going, bye. I didn't check because it was cold outside. I didn't let all the smoke out of my lung all the way. So when I did that, that smoke came out. My mom was like, have you been smoking? I was like, I got you, boys. I can see you later. Oh my God, when I got home. Oh Lord. we had a come to Jesus moment on that. I won't say I never as a younger of that I never smoked again, but I'll tell you I never got caught again. That's one thing. But I mean, it's a terrible habit. And that cost, I can't even imagine how anybody could keep that up. It was a terrible
years
habit
ago, but I gave it up when I retired. I just said no more of that. But yeah, an average pack in the United States runs between $12.40 and $10.50. Average. Jeez.
I can't even imagine trying to keep up a habit like that.
No, not at all.
I mean,
we know somebody that smokes them every day.
Yeah. Well. You got to wonder, when people are paying that for them. I mean, they're paying for that habit, and that's they are quite literally paying them for that habit. That is it's a very unhealthy thing. Again, I'm not trying to be a jackass or preach at you either, folks. I just, if you do that, let's extend your life a little bit. We enjoy having you around. I'd like to keep you here.
Well, I chew, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That's one of the main reasons I quit, because what I do is only affects me. Okay. Right. It doesn't affect anyone around me. But I, to each his own, I have friends that still smoke. It doesn't bother me because I smoked for years. But just me by myself, I don't want to be the cause of anybody getting sick.
I've smoked cigars, which were, I've not been smoking because, after my health care, I've tried to, be in better shape, but the problem with like cigarette smoking is the fact that it's not like a one and done habit either,
Right.
You continue, you have to, you feed that beast, and you have to continue to feed that beast. And it's because it's an expensive habit.
Just think of what you could buy with $10.80.
Right.
I mean, my God, that would almost buy you a meal at Mackie D's.
That's true. Well, I mean, regardless, $10. Most of us, that's a daily habit when you get up to, and it may be more than just a daily. You may be talking multiple times a day. Like, how do you afford that? That's my question.
I quit going out. I quit doing the bars because it got so expensive. But man, God, if I was still smoking, I'd be in the poorhouse.
Oh, yeah. Well, that, like I said, that's a really. I mean, you're talking about $300+ if you smoked a pack a day. You'd be over $300. Gosh, that's crazy. I can't even imagine. Anyway, I know we spend a lot of time. It just shocks me when I think about it. All right. But AKA the Cat Lady, thank you for the 100 jewels and that high five. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Rebecca dropped a floating heart. Thank you. Oh, and a silver star too. Thank you, Rebecca. Appreciate you. Silver Fox, thanks for the $2 there. So happy to spend my birthday watching the mic drop. Wow, it's your birthday, huh? Oh man, Silver Fox, you know what that means too, right?
Happy birthday. From
all of
us to you.
Thank you.
Happy birthday. May all your dreams come true. Happy birthday.
Happy freaking birthday.
We love to have you here. Happy birthday.
Happy freaking.
Here's to another year.
Heck yeah. Appreciate you. I'm glad to have you here today. Thank you. William, thank you for the $5 there. We watched Napoleon Dynamite earlier. I figure paint chips reminds me of Uncle Rico. That's hilarious. The guy who peaked in high school and can't move on. Yeah, if only it was that. But yeah, I mean, I could definitely see that. The problem is, like, paint chips, when you go through, he may have not ever put in the work, but he did horrible things to people, I mean, he ripped off people. He was totally fine. Introducing that guy to that crowd is so awful. Like, these people were like, oh, Megan's talking about, the Ray and the vulnerable people. Dude, they have introduced, like with paint chips, for example, they introduced a guy who took a person in a guardianship. And instead of getting him out of it when he said he was in trouble, they decided, hey, what would be a good idea? We're going to take this dude and I'm going to make him the face of this scam that I'm pulling. Doesn't that sound wonderful? Isn't that fun? So when you hear about that, that's craziness, right? But they introduced that guy who, while they're talking about guardianships, they're talking with this guy too. Oh, all of that drives me nuts, man. Oh man, Lisa Lee might smell like pee. Thanks for two. Is that a breach of client-attorney privilege? What, talking about? I don't remember where that's at. Like, let me know what you meant at that part. I'm sorry, I don't know right where that was. So let me know, and I'll mention. I appreciate you too. I wish I love to talk about it. So let me know. Yeah, thank you for the 400 jewels and the eagle. Thank you for that. Appreciate you. Nana B, thank you for the $5 reduce. Appreciate that. Didn't Cook post shortly after the depot scheduled? They had a procedure on the same day. Yeah, right after that. He was like, oh, of all the days I could do it then. So yeah, they knew about it. They talked about it publicly. So why didn't they tell anyone? Did they tell anyone? You have to ask. Kathy, thanks for the 2. I'm sure they set the doctor appointment after the depot. They set it on the exact day. So it happened. The appointment happened on the 28th. This is what Michelle said, that it happened on the same day. So she came out and told us that it was scheduled on the 28th, the same day as that scheduling came in. So, oh man, 1,000 jewels there. Thank you, Jewel. That is awesome. Thank you for that, Corgi. That is awesome of you. Thank you. Lisa Lee might smell like pee. Thanks for the 5. Do you think Lisa/Bruce sitting between Lynette and the attorney? Yeah, I think somebody is. I don't know who exactly, but yeah. Oh, you were talking about attorney-client privilege. Yeah, well, it is a violation if Lynette is not aware and allows it. She has been allowing, that's what you mean there. She's been allowing communication with it. So I would be curious what kind of stuff. Lynette needs to get her house in order. She needs to be talking to her attorney and being like, what the fuck are you talking to this woman for? Shut up. Stop doing it. You know? Rogue, thanks for the 2. I subscribe and I don't like him. That's right. Yeah, I don't even like Jay and I still subscribe. I don't like ketchup. That's the way to go. And speaking of ketchup, thank you for the 2 there too. Please sub or Jay will cry. People might actually unsub if they know Jay will cry. You know? Gosh. Thanks for the toe plug. Indeed. Thank you too. Appreciate that. Travis, again, appreciate you, my friend. Thanks for 2. Am I drinking too much? Or are you saying mooshin? I'm saying mooshin. That is exactly it. So when Leslie Federico's, when she talked in any of this stuff, when she talks to the judge, she says that. She says, yes, we have this motion on the, so she kept saying motion, and I think it's funny. So I like to say it too. I love it. But yeah, no, you're right. I was saying it that way. Lisa Lee might smell like pee. Thanks for the vibe. Not subscribing to Jay. It's like smelling like the Lisa. The Lisa. I like that too. Yeah, no. Whoa, you don't want to smell like that. What's up, Dave? Thanks for the 2. Hey, thanks for the 20. I said 220. Thanks for the 20 there. Celebrating birthday 70. Hard to believe.
Wow.
Song appreciated. Heck yeah, man, you deserve that song there. You know why? Because man, 70. That's amazing. And
yeah, it is.
It is for real. I never thought I'd get to where I'm at. And if you're there, I hope you are healthy. I hope everything is going great today. But here's
happy birthday from both of us to you. Happy birthday. May all your dreams come true. Happy birthday. We love to have you here. Happy birthday. Here's to another year.
Many more healthy, productive years. Love you too. Appreciate you. And again, if you didn't have the greatest day, any of you that have it, remember you get a do-over. I say so. You tell everybody. Just Jay, thanks for 10. A 5K achieved. Thank you so much, Tug, Coop, and all of you. For real, man. We all joking aside, man. Like I said, I like Jay. I appreciate him. He's a decent human being. He doesn't like you telling people that, but he is.
Oh, I that's one of my favorite things on YouTube is watching people grow, and to help him get to 5K, man. That's been fun tonight. I really like that.
He's just a nice guy, man. He would help. He also helps other people. That's one of the things I appreciate about him too. Like if you had some need, Jay would try to help you.
Yep.
He does. And he helps out a lot of people. And like I said, he plays the fool a lot of times. Maybe he's not playing, I don't know. But between that, he also does a lot of great things. So I appreciate you, brother. Ketchup, thanks for the 2. I appreciate you, Tug and Coop. I appreciate you too, Ketchup. When I talk about Jay, I appreciate you. I appreciate everybody that's on there. All of you folks are good people. I consider all of you friends in that. So thank you, Ketchup. Appreciate it.
Yeah, we got to remember you got Rosalind over there, Star over there, Rogue Mama, and anybody. I think they're. Oh, yep, Natalie too. You probably don't know about Natalie, but she's from the dang it.
The ticket, dang it. I don't
know. The Twitters. That's one of Jay's good buddies on Twitter.
Yeah, I was wondering where the ticket dang it's were. I've never heard of it.
Twitter.
That's a better name than X, I have to say. So, yeah. Here and after, drop 2 there. Congratulating Jay. Hey, thank you for that, too. Man, I almost skipped Jack's mom. Jack's mom, I'm sorry, too. I even had you up on the screen. I'm sorry for that. These are the chat has a case of the woohoos. I know. That's amazing, isn't it? It feels good when somebody does that. So thank you both of you there. That's awesome. Polar Dark. Thanks for the tip. Doug, did you look up if Lisa reported me to Levy? They reported a name. I just can't write me. Do me a favor. Write my email because I want to ask something real quick. If you did, bump it because I need to ask you something. But,
wow.
I need to know something on that. Rest in B-Face. Thanks for the 8 months. Congratulations to my favorite per se lawyer and clown loser, just J-Hip. That's right. Thank you there. Appreciate that.
That's awesome.
Do you remember the name of the person that they reported in Levy County that they said was the one that actually did the fence thing? Do you remember the name?
No, I don't. Is this the guy that they think?
I think that they blamed somebody for sure, and I just can't remember the name. So if you in the chat can remember the name of the person that they blamed to the popo.
Well, at one point in time, they blamed it on, said it was me, and I'm like, that ain't me.
They told the police that it was one specific person, and I just can't remember. I mean, they told the police this though. They said that they thought it was a certain, and like I said, I just can't remember who that was. It's just been a minute. I apologize. Like it's eluding me right now.
Well, I don't understand why they would even throw a name out when they had a perfectly good, clear picture of the freaking license plate. They could have found that out easily.
Because they want to ruin somebody's life. That's what it is. So they hope that they could just throw somebody under the bus. Clark Stark. No, it wasn't you, Clark.
DJ Radis. There you go.
Yeah, it wasn't DJ Radis either. I just can't remember who it was. So.
I can't either.
I just can't remember who it was. If somebody remembers, let me know. Rio Ra, thanks for the love. It's wonderful to see Johnny Depp's new film clips. Yeah, for Ebenezer, yeah, it does look good there too. It really does.
I haven't seen that.
Yep. Yeah, well, it's good to see him working, and these people try to cancel his life, and they failed. They missed. All those Amber Heardites and weirdos, I am so happy that they failed. And it's not because of, oh man, Depp is my favorites or anything. That's what these people always try to play off. And I've liked his movie. Oh, there's a lot of movies I've enjoyed with him, but he was innocent. I am so sure of that too. I am beyond sure of it. All these I consider all these false accusers, these people, it amazes me that I hear these morons be like, you know what? I supported Johnny Depp. Well, you learn nothing from the fucking thing at all. You learn nothing from it. In fact, yeah, so saying I supported whatever, that means two things, Jack and shit. False accusers, I have nothing for them except contempt. I hate false accusers. But yes, I love seeing that he's doing better and that his career is moving, because they tried to bury him. Lisa, thank you for the gold coin. Thank you there. Hey, Lisa as well. Thank you for the silver star. Look at all the great Lisas popping up. That's awesome too. Tony, thank you for the silver star. Muppet Outdoors dropped 250 jewels. Thank you there. Laughing Disco Baby. Thank you. Oh, dropped some happy poop too. It still sounds terrible every time I say it. Melissa, thank you for the happy poop as well. Muppet Outdoors also, thank you for the thumbs up. Travis, thanks for the, yeah, I was talking about the prosthetic leg being expensive. Amen. Muppet Outdoors, again, dropped a gold coin. Thank you for that. Just Jay, thanks for the 5 for that bouncing check, bad fence, and black coop slings. Yeah, indeed. I'm glad people got that in there. Listen, thank you for the 100 jewels. Thank you for the high 5. Appreciate that. Travis dropped 680 jewels. Got the nap on. I like that. That sounds so good. That's what I'll be doing after this. Wanda, thank you for the 440 jewels for Uncle Art. Thank you. That's awesome. Appreciate it. Wanda drops also 250 jewels on the Laughing Disco. Thank you, Wanda. And on top of it, drops a little flowerage too. That is amazing. Hey, Ashley, I hope you're doing great, by the way. Thanks for the silver star. She had a live stream earlier today too. I was checking out. I got to watch. I'll have to go back and catch everything that happened. Talking books and stuff. Man, I love those kind of stuff. So People check that out. Pandora, thank you. 400 jewels. Thank you. Appreciate that eagle. Heck yeah. See it fly into view. Jack's mom, thank you for the GG. Appreciate you. Wanda, thanks for the 200 jewels there. Thank you for the sunshine. Appreciate that too. Thank you. Mike dropped 100 jewels on a high five. Heck yeah. I need a high five sound. That's what I have to add to. Well, Snoozy Q, thanks for the 10 months. Congratulations, Judge Jay, on the 5K plus sub milestone. Here's my 10-month milestone. Woohoo! Heck yeah, that is awesome. That is appreciated very much too. Man, you're rolling toward past the 9 months to deliver a wonderful membership and almost to a year. That's crazy. Astrid, thanks for the sparkles. Thank you there. Hey, what was mood? Thanks for the 2 there. Whoop for Coop. There you go. Whoop whoop for the Coop. Thanks.
All right.
Congrats. Hey, Doug. Heck yeah. Tony, thanks for the 100 there. Thank you for the that sounds so funny. Thanks for the 100, the 100%. Appreciate that. Lisa, thanks for the thumbs up. I confused somebody when I said that the other night. They thought they donated $100. They were like, no, I didn't mean to. I was like, no, I'm in 100%. My bad. Scared. I scared somebody that wrote me. They were like, oh my God, did I really accidentally just donate? I was like, no, you're okay. I didn't mean to scare you. Astrid, thank you for the thumbs up. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. Lisa, thank you for the Habbo Poopers. Appreciate you. Emma, thanks for the $10 there. Appreciate that. Me and my partner just put together our new kitchen table and chairs. All chairs wobble till you sit on them, and I managed to pull a muscle. Oh man, be careful with that. My very first kitchen table. Bought my own. It feels good, doesn't it? When you buy your first things. That's what, doing all of this, like setting up, I had a TV I wanted. It was a 85-inch TV. It's something I wanted forever. I wanted a wall-mounted TV. It's one of those things that I never would have bought for myself. But when I put together everything down for my office stuff down here, I was like, I've got to. So I picked it up, and man, you know what? That felt like a miracle. It felt so amazing to put that together. I hear you. You buy something that you want, you get that first taste. I remember when I got my home here. Oh my God. Doing that was an amazing feeling. And Wanda, I hear you. And congrats to you, Emma. Wanda, thank you for the membership. Thank you, welcome. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to Tugs. I know you've been around forever too, Wanda. Appreciate you. Thank you also for the gold coin. Thank you for that. Spirit Walker, I hope you're doing great. Thanks for the 2. Thank you, Tug and Mr. Coop. Indeed, thanks to you too.
Right on.
Yeah. Thanks for the gold coin. 2012, thanks for the 2. Deuce Scoop or Little Deuce Scoop? Oh no, it sounds like you and Deuce getting together. It's like a couple.
No.
Little Deuce Scoop. It's like you had a baby.
No.
Any
name is good.
That is a perfect name. I love it. Oh my God. It says like a little poop baby.
Oh my God. Now I can hear Jay now.
Oh my
I
God.
hope he's in bed. No, there he is right there.
The 2012 wins there for the name thing so far. Oh, you make Coop be like, God, no, that's terrible. Oh my God. I'm telling you, the first person that figured out that umbrella guy was TUG. They were like, Tug, you mean like, I was like, yeah, okay. And then they were like, yeah, so when you shout people out, that's like a tug plug, right? Oh man, that was hilarious. I was like, wow, I never thought of that. That's funny. I never.
You did not just say tug plug.
Yeah, that's what somebody earlier was like, thanks to the tug plug. Yeah. We used to make jokes about it. I even sold a shirt.
Have you?
I was like, I even sold a shirt one time that was like, get your tug plug on. It sounded so bad. Maybe I should have sold paint. Know? Maybe I should open up my own garage studio. Oh my God. Teresa, thank you for the thumbs up. That sounds so terrible. Hey, what's up, E. Poindexter? Appreciate the heck out of you, by the way. No, thanks for the 10 there. Donating to the Sue Megan for insert reason here, fund. That's right. You'll use this for what it's designated for, right? Right? Of course. Of course. You know, it's designated for me. Of course, I'll use it for me. Oh, wait. That's the 2L rules. My bad.
Now, by the way, boys and girls, he's only $39.99 away. He just needs a little bit more.
Yep. Getting so close. Yeah, that's why I'm suing her. I'm suing her for, I have to raise lots of money in order. The reason I brought that up is because 2L was saying that they're raising all this money to sue Megan Fox. So they were like, yeah, we got all this money here. And by the way, we need $40 for FOIA. Like, wait, what? Why not use the money that you just, oh, no. Somebody's got to pay for the FOIA, not you. You know, folks, FOIAs are not always like a lot of people that are getting FOIAs. They spend money, and I do appreciate the people that pop them off. Some of us, we bought them. Other people have picked up FOIAs. They aren't cheap, but it is crazy to hear somebody raising money and then being like, on top of raising this money, we need another $40 for this thing.
Well, I know you and Megan dropped a pretty good coin here not too long ago on some of that stuff, didn't you?
We have, it depends on with it. We have, and let's just say, throughout things. I won't.
Right.
I'm not going to say there are multiple people that pick up FOIAs. All right.
Right.
I'll go with that. But yeah, we've paid for some along the way. Other people have paid for some on the way. They can all, a person, if you're curious who picks up something, by the way, you can find that out publicly too.
Oh, they keep record of people who get FOIAs too.
So that's why I tell people, if you, if somebody writes and asks about FOIA, I tell them, be aware that your name will be on record. So, if you don't want that, then, it can be retrievable. And, I don't know if somebody, let me think, what's that? Oh yeah. If somebody works in, say, a records office or something, did you hear what happened? I guess you did talk about that. I'll probably talk about it tomorrow. But the Sumter County police officer that got arrested, that's wild, isn't it?
Yeah, sure is. I think next time I file a FOIA request, I'll just give him Jay's name. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
That's Jay Hip did it.
Just be like, hey, I'm Little Deuce Coop.
Did you see that? He got me just a minute ago. He says, that little Deuce Coop. I can hear it already tomorrow when I pop in chat.
That's awesome, man. One of the things, that's one thing that I like about Megan. Guys, all of us, we all, if you're friends, you really needle the shit out of each other. That's something you do with your guy friends, right? But Megan hangs in there and does the same thing. And I kind of love that, because a lot of people, they get upset by that kind of stuff. But I'm Megan, man. She just hangs in and does it too. I love it. David, thank you for the silver star. Hey, what's up, Spirit Walker? Dropped a gifted membership for somebody. Thank you, Spirit Walker. Much appreciated. And love to you too. Thank you. That's funny. The little one just came down here and walked by and just went to sleep in my chair. And now you hear her talking. She's talking in her sleep. If you hear her talking, that's what that is. So that's funny. Travis, thanks for the 5. A smoking chew, Levi Garrett, and Marlboro Red Cowboy Cut on $6 a pack in Texas. It's more expensive than a Garrett chew. Yeah, I don't know how anybody, again, I am not preaching at anybody, dude. I don't encourage people's habits, but man, again, I ain't your conscience either. I'm not Jiminy Cricket there. I like a cigar if I could have one, I'm not saying I'd be above like an occasion to have one. I don't know how people afford them anymore. Even at $6, that's still can turn into a lot of I'm also very obsessive about stuff. I'm not good at like doing one thing. I'm like, I gotta have more. 2012, thanks for the two. Yeah. Do slang poop and coop house. So porta potty. Oh my God. So it'd be Little Deuce Coop. They would live in a porta potty. This is getting terrible, man. It's horrible. Jen, remember, that's 2012's fault. If you need to blame somebody, he's the one who did all this to you. And Jen, thanks for the makeup brush. I haven't seen the makeup brush. Thank you. Jen also dropped a flower. Thank you. Jen dropped a gold coin too. Man, Jen is on the roll. Dropped 100 jewels. Dropped a Sunday too. I like the Sundays. Those look cool. I know. The kids love seeing this too. What's up, Mary? It's good to see you, Mary. I always appreciate you, by the way. You know, very much so. I see you all over the place. Big time support. I appreciate that. Thank you for the chili, but also thank you for being you. Jen, thank you for the makeup brush. Drop that makeup brush. Man, Jen on the roll there too. Look at that. Makeup brush. Jen also dropped a flower there. Love it, man. Dropped Sunday. Thank you. And dropped another hundo with the Sundays. Thank you, man. That's rich enough in there. I'll get the diabetes if I'm not careful. Thank you. Jen, thanks for the do. Sent makeup and ice cream for the girls. Oh, that's awesome. That is cute too. Thank you very much for that. That is very cute. 2012, thanks for the do. Thank the Beach Boys. But too funny. Also, tug folder. Oh yeah, the tug folder thing. That was funny too. So on my desktop, I have a folder for avatars, right? And all my avatars, I call it's a tug folder, right? For me, that makes sense. But anybody that like would wander by and see that a tug folder, you know, they're going to think it's something else. They're going to be like, oh my God. I was live streaming one day and somebody saw that on there and they were like, oh my God. And they were trying to, you know, make it a thing. They were like, oh, look at that. It's like a, you know, we got him dirty. And I was like, yeah, they're all avatar pictures, jackass. But they thought they had some big gotcha moment. I was like, oh my God, dude. But it was funny. You know, people find seeing that it's really funny. And Jen, hey, Jen, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for that membership. And welcome to Tug's Thugs. You know what? Appreciate you too. Man. All right, let me make sure I got everybody too. I love it. All right, Mr. Coop, you got anything you want to say on the end of the wonderful night here?
Oh man, we went over so much stuff tonight. It has been absolutely a phenomenal night. We had so much fun, man.
Those docs were good. Yeah, I knew tonight. I was like, man, you know what? This should be the night. I talked to Coop before. I was like, man, you know, you want to come on sometime this weekend? He was like, sure, whatever. And I was like, well, we'll find the day. I was like, probably Saturday. And then I saw what today dropped. I was like, nah, you need to come on today. So.
Man, we went through 2 full motions.
Yeah,
went through the first one and then went through the second one. That's wild, man.
It's wild, isn't it? Oh, hey, 2012. Thanks for the 2 there. Hey, J Hip, waiting for the parody of Beach Boys.
Don't get him started. He's asleep. Don't wake him up.
The little disturb. No. All right, folks. I appreciate you. We're gonna end here. We'll see you